Good morning, Ms. Walbert.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How can I help?
I have a PCC for Jalen Wilson.
All right. Ready.
I don't know if the court has who's on that.
Sorry?
I don't know if the court just said, if you just have any. So.
Yes.
Calling case number 2305-822701, people of the state of Michigan versus Jalen Wilson. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 2, weapons, stolen firearm. Count 3, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. ESP 85665 on behalf of Mr. Jalen Wilson for PCC. He is present on Zoom. Mr. Wilson, if you could state your name.
Jalen Wilson.
What's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, we'd like to set this case for an exam date. We do have paper discovery. I don't believe that I have video yet. I wanted to ask if that has been sent.
It has not been sent. I don't have it yet. As soon as I have it, I will send it to you though, as soon as possible.
Thank you.
I was August 14th at 10:30.
1 second, Your Honor. Let me check. The 14th is open, Your Honor.
The August 14th at 10:30, bond will be continued.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're all set, Mr. Wilson.
Okay, so 14th, 10:30.
Yes, that'll be in person in 36th District Court.
In person.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Sir.
Morning, Judge. How are you this morning?
Doing good. How are you?
Doing great, Judge. Great to see you this morning.
Good to see you. You're here on Carter.
Yes, sir.
Did you get a report back?
Not yet, Judge. I think we're still waiting.
Oh. Mr. Fedoruk, are you on that?
I am, Your Honor. I have reached out to the forensic center, and I'm waiting for a call from the doctor who has knowledge of the status of when Mr. Carter would be going into treatment. So I haven't heard back. I did hear, I think, a month and a half ago, and they were saying, you know, sometime into September. I did also want to ask the court for an order with respect to Mr. Carter, and just to get him into the adult jail. He's turned 18 at this point. His birthday was in April, so he is over 18. The juvenile detention center has also had some issues with him, with his behavior, so they're eager to have him transported.
Mr. Sharp?
Judge, I'll leave it up to the court's discretion. I just know he's still under the jurisdiction of the juvenile court. He has another matter there still pending.
All right. Yeah, let's go.
Call in case number 2305-556101 for the state of Michigan versus Marcel Carter, defendant number 1. Is charged in count 1 homicide, felony murder, juvenile offense.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Fedoruk for the people, P76177.
Good morning, Stephen Sharg on behalf of Mr. Carter, P43732.
All right, so there's a date time set for the defendant's competency hearing. After some off-the-record discussion has been brought to the court's attention that we don't have a report yet. Don't look forward to having one until sometime in September. I would also like to indicate, because it was not brought to my attention initially, but I do in fact know the defendant's family. I do not know the defendant. I don't think I've ever met the defendant, but I know the defendant's family. Actually, I know his family pretty well. Any of you have any objections to this court remaining on this case, given that I do in fact know the defendant's family?
No, Your Honor.
I'll defer to the court, Your Honor.
it sort of puts the court in a difficult situation, but this court is going to make its rulings according to the law, period. So it is what it is. If it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. I'm not going to give any deference to who I know and that type of thing. I'm going to call it as I see it, as I do with every case. So I guess I'll remain on. There's no objections to proceed. Okay, so back to Mr. Carter. Mr. Figueroa also had a request that because he just turned 18, that he be moved over to the adult side. I think I understand that the juvenile detention facility also has some bed space issues as well. I think I heard that recently in the media. Whether it's true or not, I don't know, but apparently they have some issues with housing and things that are overcrowded. You guys know anything about that?
Your Honor, so again, that's definitely one of the issues. As I indicated off the record and when I discussed this with Mr. Sharg over the phone, I have received complaints from the detention center about Mr. Carter's behavior. I guess a couple of days ago, it was indicated that he did assault a staff member. He has, I guess, what I've been told is he has anger issues, and he has not been able to, I guess, get along well with the younger inmates in the detention center. So they have serious concerns about him being in the detention center. I think the fact that he is over 18, definitely should be housed with the adults, and given his ability to be around the younger inmates, that definitely is indicative of him being better suited to being housed in the adult jail. So people are making that request. And just for the record, the defendant's birthday is April 19th, 2007.
All right, send over an order to that effect. I typically don't get involved in issues involving detention. I leave that to them. I stay in my lane, they stay in theirs. But for the most part, if there's an issue and you guys need my assistance or you need me to weigh in, I'll do so.
I will send that order, Your Honor. And the detention center had said they needed an order, so that's why I was making the request to the court.
Okay. All right, run that order by Mr. Sharp as well.
Sure.
And we're gonna need a new date. Mr. Sharp, do you know if he's been evaluated at all?
I don't believe he has yet, Your Honor.
Let's set it for September 11th at 8:30.
That's fine, Judge.
That works for the people, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
We continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, Judge. Have a good day.
You too. Okay, I wanted to order some pizza for you guys today. Anybody have for that?
I had my mind set on that yogurt. It was loose. I just threw it away like, ugh. Damn, that's a nice guy. You see my message last night, I told you to go to bed.
Oh, yeah. I did.
Did you? Me too.
Good morning, Sam.
Morning, Judge. How are you?
Doing good. How about yourself?
Good, except you moved on me. I had to call around to find out where you were.
I've only been here for about almost a year.
No, come on, really? Oh, okay, all right. Well, anyway, I'm here and you're here. I've got
You're
Mr. Hilton Eli.
Okay. Why does
He's
the
in
name
jail. He's a jailer and we just need an exam date, sir.
I know that name from somewhere.
Oh, do you know him?
I don't know. Sounds familiar. Very familiar.
Is that the ready to
Yes.
call lady case number 2305-818501. People of the state of Michigan versus Hilton Eli. Defendant is charged in count 1, robbery unarmed, count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning once again, Your Honor. Samuel Chirikian appearing on behalf of Mr. Eli, who's in the Wayne County Jail. If it please the court, will waive his presence.
All right. I have somebody here. This isn't him. What's your name, sir, in the Wayne County Jail? Unmute yourself.
My name is Hilton Eli III, sir. How you doing, Judge
There we
Key?
go.
All right. What's your pleasure, Mr. Shariki?
Judge, we're asking for an exam date.
All right. Court will continue to plea of not guilty. We'll set this matter for preliminary examination. How is August 14th at 10:45?
I'm sorry, Judge, I can't do that. I could do the 18th, Friday, the 18th.
Can't do the 14th or the 16th any time of day?
Both mornings, I'm tied up.
Okay. What about the afternoon on the 18th at 1:30?
On the 18th, I could do any time on the 18th.
I'm at the 14th.
Oh, okay. I guess I can squeeze that in. What time,
All right.
sir?
1:30, August 14th.
That's fine. 1:30.
Primarily because he's in custody.
I gotcha. No problem.
right.
1:30 for exam before you. And the only other thing, Judge, is there seems to be some confusion as to his bond. His bond was reduced at a hearing, and the jail doesn't have that information. So I looked at the Register of Actions, and it looks like his bond was lowered. So can the court facilitate that, make sure that the jail is aware?
What do you have his bond at?
I think it was 1,010%.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what we show too. We'll communicate that to the jail as well.
Thank you very much, Judge. Take care. We'll see you on Monday, the 14th.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Bye. You're all set, sir.
All right.
You're 9 o'clock, Mr. Washington. He said he may be a little late.
Good morning, Deb. How you doing today?
Good morning, Your Honor. I just wanted to let you know, we just had him for you this morning. Jay Sean Rogers should be signing in with you from the 6th floor.
Okay, thank you.
No problem, Your Honor.
We have an attorney for Roberts.
Judge King. Okay.
Detail phone. Detail phone.
Oh, this Washington call seems like.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, how about you?
I'm good, thank you.
Found out yesterday that I'll be moving to a different doctor. Not all good things last.
What's going on?
I'm moving to a different doctor.
You are?
Yes,
Where you going?
to Judge Garrett. Yeah, I had the same reaction. Not about Judge Garrett, though, leaving this court.
Starting here.
At the end of the month, so I'm supposed to transition to September. I'll be back here though. for a couple
No, it's
more
still,
days.
no, it's still not good.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, that's too close.
If you could wait just a little bit longer. Okay.
Ready, Mr. Washington?
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready.
Morning, ma'am. How can I help you? Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, good morning. I'm here for Marcel Carter. I'm standing in for his case manager.
Okay, so we just did Mr. Carter's case. His competency hearing was adjourned to September 11th at 8:30. The Forensic Center said that they didn't have the report yet, and it wouldn't be ready until September. So we put that over. So I'm not sure what capacity you're here for.
Well,
Prosecutor, go ahead. Go ahead, ma'am.
he's on juvenile probation. So that's why I was here.
So you're a juvenile probation officer?
Yes, case manager, yes,
I see. Separate from this case?
yes,
Okay, so you're just tracking along?
yes.
Understood. So his next court date, once again, is September 11th at 8:30.
At 8:30, okay.
And it looks like they're gonna move him to the adult facility. Because he's now 18 years old,
Okay.
and apparently there's been some problems with him over in juvenile.
Do you know,
I'm sorry?
do you know when they'll be moving him?
Well, the prosecutor just asked me today and supposed to be getting order over to me. So I don't know how soon that'll take place. When I get the order, I'll sign and send.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, have a good day.
Okay, you too.
You must be Mr. Rogers.
Yes,
Okay, we're just waiting on an attorney for you, sir.
All right. Oh, okay. All right.
Excuse me, Your Honor, does the prosecution does still have time to let the case. I'm not sure what's going on. Are they talking to a witness out there or what? Are you ready, Ms. Jane?
Yes, Judge.
Ready on closer?
Call in case number 2305-810101 before the state of Michigan versus Lamar Quilter. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, weapons felony firearm, count 3, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Jane for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Earl Washington, Neighborhood Defender Service, P31383, on behalf of Mr. Kevon Quilter.
There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is a Ms. Tara Meek Cochran. She was notified of today's date and time and location. She's here.
Okay. So we're ready to proceed?
We're ready to proceed.
How many witnesses for the people?
One witness.
All your witnesses here.
At this time, the people will call Tara Meek Cochran.
Now, please give your name and spelling to the young lady seated there. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Just open that door, have a seat, speak to that microphone to your left. Maybe you're ready.
Thank you. All right, please state your name once again for the record. My name is Tara Meek Cochran. All right, Ms. Cochran, I'm going to be asking you some questions today. If you don't understand something, or if you want me to repeat it, please let me know. All right? Yeah. Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Cochran, I want to bring your attention back to the date of May 11th of this year, 2023. Do you remember that date? Yes. Where were you on that date? Where? And where were you working? Magazine. And where is that located? In Highland Park, Michigan. In Highland Park, Michigan? Okay. Do you know the exact address?
12800 Oakland Parkway.
Okay, all right, and when you, how long were you there for?
I know 8 hour shift
Okay, and what time?
between 10:30 and 6:30.
Okay, so on this day, did anything unusual happen between those hours?
No.
Okay, did you leave work at the end of your shift?
Yeah.
And where did you go, when you left, when you walked out of the building?
To my car.
And did anything happen when you walked to the car?
No.
Did you get in your car?
Yes.
What happened after that?
I drove home in my car as normal, as usual. And at the opening, it's the gateway that we show all the plants in the facility. And I seen Kevon's car. So in a car that appears to be his, it's on the inside.
Okay, right there, you said you saw Kevon's car. Right? And what is Kevon's last name?
Mr. Wilson,
Okay, and how do you know Kevon Wilson?
the day,
Okay, and when did your relationship end?
I say December, January.
Okay, and have you had any contact with Mr. Wilson?
No,
Okay, did you end on good terms or bad?
I mean, we just got talk.
Okay, all right, so you said you saw him,
Yes,
and did you see him in a vehicle, on foot?
yes, I seen him in his car and I seen him take a picture of me with his phone inside his car.
Okay, so what kind of car was that?
A Nissan Altima,
You know the color?
gray.
Okay, and have you seen that vehicle before?
Yes,
How many times have you seen that vehicle?
as many times I've seen him on.
Okay, and was that his car, if you know?
Yes, that's his car.
Okay, what time of day was this?
This was probably 7 minutes after my shift ended. Probably 10 minutes, it was still about 6:30, 6:45 a.m.
Okay, and so this was in May, so this was daylight, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, so, could you clearly see that it was Kevon Filter in the car?
yes,
Was he driving the car or was he a passenger?
he was driving.
Could you see if there was anyone else in the car?
From my point of view, no, there was not anyone in the car at my knowledge.
Okay. And when you saw him, how far, were you actually on a street or were you pulling out of the car?
So it's open, like a large facility, so I was about to pull out onto the street.
Okay,
So this is his car all the way back here where this thing is, and this is like I was leaving out at
okay,
the time, so I seen.
okay. And you said that you took a picture of him?
Yes,
Okay. Were you moving at that time or was your car stationary?
it was stationed because I was waiting to make the right turn.
Okay. So what did you think when you saw him taking the picture?
I said,
Objection as to,
I was what she expected.
but if she's, I guess she's asked him.
She has her impression, she said, what did you think? How would ended that?
Thank you. How did you think when you saw him take a picture of you?
when I seen him, I said, if this car pulls off, I said, someone just took a picture of me. I said, if this car pulls off, when I do, we just come behind. And when I turn right, the car comes behind.
Okay, this is what you said to yourself.
Yeah,
Okay. All right. And again, you said you recognized the car.
yes.
Okay. So you said you pulled off. And what happened after that?
After I pulled off, I knew that he was following me.
Okay, let me stop you. So, in that car that you recognized was following you?
Yes,
And when you say following you, was he right behind you or where was he?
at first he distanced behind me and then he proceeded to follow me on my route home. And the closer I got to home, it was like the closer he got to me. First he straggled behind, then he caught up behind me and got on the side.
Could you see him the whole time?
Yes.
The vehicle?
Yes, he rolled his window down too.
He rolled his window down. Okay, was that when he was right next to you?
Yes,
Were you home at that time?
no, I was still driving.
Okay. All right, so you said he was behind you, then he was right behind you and then pulled aside.
Yes,
Did he pull up on so his vehicle was on your passenger side or your driver's side of your car?
My passenger.
Okay, and when you noticed that, were you still driving or were you stopped at a stop on your side?
I was stopped at a stoplight.
Okay, and what did you think, well, first just tell me what happened when you noticed him fully sign at the stop light?
So when I noticed him following me from the beginning, I called my mother.
Okay, why did you call your mother?
I was scared
Why were you scared?
because this is not his first time following me.
Okay, and the first time following you since the relationship ended in December?
One other time we had a small altercation and he followed me home.
Okay. All right, so you called your mother because you were scared?
Yes.
Okay, what happened after that?
That's when I seen him pull on the side of me at the stoplight. And when he pulled, rolled the window down, he looked at me. I tried to avoid eye contact as much as I could. He rolled the window down and told me to gun it.
Okay. Where are you at this point?
I was at the intersection of Dexter and Linwood.
Okay, and is that close to your home?
It's on the way.
Okay, and is that in the city of Detroit, that area?
Yes.
All right. So you're at a stoplight, you see him, and is your window down as well?
No.
Okay, but you can see through the window?
Yes.
Okay. So you said he pointed a gun at you?
Yes.
So when he did that, could you hear him say anything to you?
He wasn't saying anything.
Okay. What did the gun look like?
It was a handgun.
Okay. Have you ever seen him with that handgun before?
No.
Okay. And when you said he pointed it to you, could you describe exactly what you saw? Meaning, did he put it out of the vehicle? Was it just in the vehicle, just slightly? Just describe exactly what you saw.
So he had it out like this, but it was still inside of the vehicle. It never came out of the vehicle.
Okay. Do you remember if he used his left hand, which would have been right by the his driver's side door, or if he used his right hand to point it at? If you
He put it to the side like this. And
okay, so that would have been his right
Yes.
hand. Okay, so he extended it, but it wasn't out the window.
yes,
Okay. How long did that last for that he pointed the gun at?
it was for a brief second. And I was like, oh, he's just pointing the gun at me. So my mother instructed me to meet me at her job,
Okay.
which is on Linwood in Blaine, 2 blocks down.
Were you still on the phone with your mother at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you feel when you saw the gun pointed at you?
Scared.
So what did you do at that point?
At that point, I didn't even turn signal, so he wouldn't see where I was going. I made a left on Linwood and Dexter, and I proceeded to go to my mother's shop. He did a U-turn at the Atlas gas station, still following me down the Linwood area. And another light, he put the gun up again and did like this, and started laughing and waving at me. I told my mother again, he just did point the gun at me again. I couldn't stop anymore, and I fell down there.
Okay. And when you pulled on then when you tell them what was going on?
Yes, but I was having a short with the operator on the phone, and I explained to her that I was so just distracted, I couldn't explain what happened to her. And I asked her could I have my mother to the call, but she said that wasn't acceptable, but I was not able to speak. So the call was disconnected, and I called my mother back.
Okay. And you called your mother back, what happened after that?
When I called my mother back, she wasn't answering, because she asked where was I? And push came to, turns out that my mother seen Kevon chasing me.
Well, I object to what's saying.
Okay, so what did you do after that?
And after that, I was calling my mother, trying to see where she was, and I was trying to tell her that the operator hung up on me. And she said she was on Linwood, and I believe it was Claremont.
Okay.
And
what did you do?
I thought where she was, because I heard Kevon's voice in the background. I guess he turned on.
Objection is whatever follows after I guess.
Okay. Were you on the phone with your mother?
Yes.
And were you on the phone with Kevon?
No, I was just on the phone with my mother, but I heard him in the background. My mother ended up following him. And he got out the car and pulled to the side and asked my mother, she asked my mother, why are you following me? My mother said the same reason why you're following my daughter.
So you heard Kavan's voice in the bathroom when you were talking to your mother?
Yeah, asking her what shirt she was on.
Okay, so you heard Kavan ask your mom?
No, I heard him say something different in the background, but I heard his voice.
Okay, and are you sure it was his voice?
Yes.
All right, so what did you do after that?
So I'm like laying with a camera, I'm looking both ways, left to right, not seeing my mother. Then I seen her on, it was in Glenwood in another street, can't remember the street. And I seen her car and Kavan's car with Kavan standing outside of the car.
Okay, was it the same car that you saw him in?
Yes.
Just right. Okay, what did you do after that?
I pulled down the street and I was shocked, like, you're outside the car with my mother. My mother's in her car, she's outside her car. So I came down the street and I got out of my car and I stood in front of my car. My mother instructed me to go back inside of my car and go to her job. And that's what we did. So we called the police and we made the report.
Okay, so you met your mom at her job?
Yes.
Okay, and the last time you saw him was when he was parked outside of his car by your mother?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, did you make a police report?
Yes.
So we've been talking about Kavan Clover. Do you speak about Clover in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay, just for identification for the court, could you indicate where he is and what he's wearing today?
Right here. Thanks. My good teacher. You're right here in the right shirt.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please, this record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant, Kavan Clover.
So,
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
cross-examine. Is it Ms. Cochran?
Yes.
Okay, good morning, Ms. Cochran. You said that you had gone with Mr. Quilter at some point in time before this incident. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How long before this incident that you gone?
I'd say about June of last year to about, like, it completely stopped about mid-January this year.
So you're saying that it lasted from June of 2022 to January of 2023?
Yes.
And did you have any contact with Mr. Quilter between between January of this year and when this incident occurred?
No.
Okay, that was what, May 11th?
About, yeah.
Okay, so you didn't have any contact with him?
No.
There was no fight or any argument or anything like that?
No.
And you were coming from your job, is that correct?
Yes.
And you looked over and he was in a car that was what, on the side of your car?
When I first came on my job?
Well, let's jump to the point where you said he was taking pictures of.
That's when I seen him on my job. He was parked still.
All right, so his car was parked with parking lot of your job?
It's an opening. It's about 8 or 10 plants in that whole complex. So when you're leaving out, it's like a wide opening. This is Kavan's car. These are the two. This is the entryway. This is the exit way. I'm trying to turn right. I'm in the exit way.
And did you tell anybody that Kavan was taking pictures of you?
No, I only told my mother and the detective.
When you saw your mother and detective, you meant after all of this occurred?
Yes.
So when you were in your car and you saw him with what you said was a gun, what side of your car was his car?
He was on the passenger side of my car.
Oh, so his car was on the same side as the passenger side of your car?
Yes,
Okay. And, you said that the gun was in his right hand?
yes,
Okay. And, the gun was pointed to the outside of what, the driver's window?
he didn't point out of the car. Let's say, this is me, this flag is my car, and I'm the line. Turns like this, it kicks it in the car.
Is he at the steering wheel
Yes,
of his car? Was anybody in the car with him?
not in my knowledge, no.
And, was your car in motion?
We're at a stoplight.
Okay, so you were at a stoplight. At what point in time did you call 911?
Nine 42. I mean, not 9:42, 6:42.
How long was this after you saw him with this weapon?
Immediately right after.
So you called 911 right afterwards?
Yes, while I was on the phone with my buddy. I said, he just pointed the gun and like I said, call 911. Yes,
Okay. Did you see him after you made your phone call?
no,
Did you send Kavan a text message yesterday? And that would have been in August 8th. Okay, I don't have any further questions.
Can you read yours?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, and you may step down. Any other witnesses for the people?
I have no other witnesses, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, we have no witnesses.
You can.
Your Honor, I move, at this time, I would define over its charge and reserve.
Mr. Washington.
Judge, this is a question.
I agree, it's a question of fact, court after hearing testimony, determined confident and satisfied that people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint. Court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this defendant. Defendant will be found liable to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for the proceedings. Is arraigned on the information date and time will be August 23rd, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Final, we continue.
Thank you.
Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris?
Hold on. Hold on, I'm trying to. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Are you here on Rogers?
I'm here on the spot appointment on Rogers.
Okay, great. You're ready.
So I need just a second to grab my book.
That's a C. He wasn't spending in.
Okay, I'm ready when you guys are.
Okay, we're just waiting on the prosecutor to come back.
Okay. All right, I got my book.
I'm here, Judge.
No, that's you? Oh, that's
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Johnson. I'm sorry, we're ready.
Case number 2305-781001 for the state of Michigan versus Jalen Wilson. Defendant charged with count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree personal victim. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, first degree person under 13 and 17 years of age or older.
Appearances for the record, please.
Yes, Judge. Good morning, Lyle Harris.
Good morning, Your Honor. Brittany Johnson on behalf of the people. Lyle.
Try that again.
Good morning, Your Honor. Brittany
Lyle
Johnson on behalf of the
Harris.
people. P83513.
Mr. Harris, we let the prosecutor go first, okay?
I thought she did, Judge. Okay, I know the routine. I thought she did. This is Lyle Harris appearing on behalf of Mr. Rogers for the record, spot appointed this morning.
Mr. Rogers, tell us your name for the record, sir. You have to unmute yourself. That's okay, Mr. Rogers is here. What's your pleasure, Mr. Harris?
Sean Rogers.
Well, I know nothing about this. I'm guessing, given the nature of these charges, we're going to want an exam. So I have my book.
August 16th at 1:30.
Judge, my OIC is on furlough until August the 20th, and so I need a date after that because I may need her for the identification.
I always prefer an afternoon date, so okay. What does the court have in mind?
Do August 21st at 12.
That sounds perfect, Judge.
Well, oh, okay. I don't suppose we could do like the 24th in the afternoon, could we? Or the 25th?
I'm trying to get the most.
I know. I got a sentencing in Oakland County. If I can get out of there in time, then I could be there by 12.
About 1:30, August 21st.
I got to is the 21st the only date that week the court has?
No, trying to
And
keep it.
I guess the court have the 24th or 25th in the afternoon?
Sound away, Mr. Harris.
What's that?
What's the way? What about the 16th?
Well, 16th, I think the people just said they can't do that. And I'm going to be in a jury trial, most likely. I was going to say, if the court only has the 21st, I'm going to have to rearrange a few things that happen. So if I had my choice, Judge, the 24th and 25th in the afternoon, I've got open, if that's possible.
What's wrong with the 21st?
Well, I have a sentencing on an Oakland Circuit Court. I got to be there in person.
What time?
Sometimes they don't call the case right at 9 o'clock, and I'm sitting there, and it's going to take about, a good 45 minutes to get from Oakland Circuit to 36. That's what I'm concerned about.
I said 1:30.
Oh, okay. Well then, okay. Let's just do that, and I'll make that happen. Okay. All right. Let's do that.
We continue.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, Miss.
Thank you, Judge.
Could you please send me discovery?
Yes, Mr. Harris, I'll have it to you by this afternoon.
All right. Cool. All right, Mr. Roger, if you can hear me, I'll come see you in the jail. Okay.
Have a good day.
You're all set, Mr. Rogers. Thank you.
Seems like today's gonna be a good day. Pretty good.
How you doing, y'all?
Hey, Mr. Terry. What you got going?
Right now, I'm standing there, David over three is gonna be okay with this.
Okay. Well, take care of that right now. Sure.
I appreciate that. What's going on? Mr. Holland, that was in 7:55. Okay, 7:55. Okay, I thought he was in custody now. I don't know about that.
Okay. Calling case 2357883, State of Michigan versus Ramon Miranda, who's charged in count 1 unlawful prison, count 2 domestic violence, count 3 interfering with crime report. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Grace of the People, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Taylor, 257166, Grand Happy Attorney, David Overtree. Amanda, we have no explanation for his absence.
Your Honor, I would just indicate to the court that the plaintiff is here. She's been here and she traveled from Oklahoma to get here today for the evening. So.
All right, the court is going to issue a capious for both lines, set a blue line, $50,000 cash. I want me to talk to your complaint?
You can let her know.
Sure.
Thank you.
I take care of y'all.
Thanks.
From the neighbor,
Sorry.
Randy's neighbor.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Oh, that's it. Oh, I can't, sorry. I'm sorry.
Hola.
Hola.
So you're an interpreter.
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Shalonda Heisley.
Please raise your right hand. You swear from the translate Spanish to Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
Yes, sir.
Tell me your name for the record.
Puede decir su nombre. Patricia Pérez. Patricia Pérez.
Then let me extend to you my almost an interpreter for myself. I apologize for the inconvenience. I understand that you came a long way to be here with us this morning. Unfortunately, we're not able to proceed because I'm not sure why the defendant isn't here. Maybe because of the language barrier, we can help about the court date. I'm not sure. In any event, I appreciate you being here this morning. Rest assured that when we do catch up to Mr. Miranda, the court has revoked his bond. He's going to be in jail, $50,000 cash bond. And chances are the prosecuting attorney will be reaching out to you again to bring you back. But welcome home. Again, I'm sorry for the inconvenience that this has caused you. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions about it?
Yo entiendo que I understand. Thank you so much for seeing me. It's difficult para mí.
Can't hear you, man.
It's very difficult for me. Quiero saber cuánto me va a llevar yo de mi familia. Yo no puedo estar en mi pero this is very important, but it's hard for me to come back and forth, have my kids, so do you know how much longer or time frame?
A lot of that will depend on when we catch up to him, when he gets back in the custody. And I will make sure that she'll have ample time to get back here.
Entonces solo salió, no tenía nada de seguridad, muy buen ubicado. So there's no way. There's no way to find him. Am I at any risk, like, for anything, or like, is there a way to catch up with him? Yeah, I thought that's really what frightens me.
I can't really speak as to what risk that she may have. I actually don't know where he is right now, but we do have fugitive apprehension teams that will go out and try to find him. They're pretty successful in doing so.
I don't know if it's of any use, but he did call me at 6:45 in the morning.
Today?
Sí, yo regresé la llamada porque yo pensé que
Yes, because I returned the call. I thought it was the prosecutor calling me. Call to that number. And it was a man, and I didn't recognize the voice, and I said, who's speaking? And then he said, babe, it's me, Ramon, but then I just hung up the phone.
And he spoke to you in English or Spanish?
Yeah, no inglés o en español. No, en español. No, in Spanish.
You still have that phone number?
Todavía tengo el número. Yes.
Why don't you give it to me?
Déjame tener ese número. And I don't know why he called me,
Okay,
but I'm very nervous, I swear.
I understand. What's the number you have?
I was not expecting this to ever happen. Okay, the number is here. 313-926-0825.
Do you have your phone with you?
My phone?
Yes. Why don't you come up here? I'm gonna have you call the number, okay? She'll probably pick up for you before it picks up for me.
¿Quién habla? Ramón, ¿por qué no estás en la corte? No, ahora tenemos una corte a las 10 de la mañana que están esperando.
Right now, I'm issuing a warrant for his arrest.
Okay. Estoy hablando con la doctora, con el juez, diciendo pues, que necesita estar aquí ahora mismo, porque si no te van a mandar a arrestar.
Okay.
Pero vamos a estar aquí esperando. No me des explicaciones, solo dime cuánto tiempo están para decirle al juez. De 36 distritos. Ese es tu problema, yo no sé. Tienes que estar aquí.
His attorney is upstairs, Mr. Ogletree, in another courtroom.
Que solo vengas. Te tienes que estar muy rápido. Sí, ya vio.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So hopefully we won't have you make another trip. We'll get this resolved today, okay?
Gracias.
All right. Ms. Barron here?
Yes, sir, she's ready.
Oh, okay. Sir, what are you here on?
I'm on this case, but apparently for the defendant.
Oh, okay.
Dominic Pepper.
Okay, gotcha. All right, you can hang around for a while.
I will,
He's on his way here. Okay, sure.
Thank you.
I appreciate you.
Prosecution said they need a couple minutes on Holland case.
Okay. And you guys have access to DoorDash?
Yeah, I need to get my grandkids when I.
Okay, you sound like me.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
This 586, 447, 2244.
Ms. Sharon, are you ready?
Right, yeah.
Collins?
Calling case 2358080, people of the state of Michigan versus Rodney Martez Holland. Shooting is charged in count 1 assault, attempting to break violent crime, risk, murder, or by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence, then has a additional offender for defense notes. Experiences for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jessica Gabriel for the people of P number 86743. Good morning, Judge Hannah Barron from the Neighborhood Defender Service, P 85265, representing Mr. Holland. We might need a minute.
You okay, Mr. Holland?
Do we need to do a minute, Mr. Holland? We can talk for a minute. No, I can leave it in a minute. I apologize.
Yeah,
I do have a complainant, but
that's fine.
maybe, but also I think it's included, but we may also need to address. Yeah. I'll be right back, Your Honor. You guys keep going on.
Yeah, yeah, money.
Hey, Jess.
So bad.
Jay West. KT still out there? KT.
How you doing?
How you doing? All right. It seemed like you might be so emotional. I need a number.
When's that?
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, come on, Mr. Holland.
Okay, we are back on the record on People versus Holland. Tell me your name for the record, sir. Rodney Holland. There's a time set for preliminary examination. Ms. Brown. Ms. Barron.
Yes, so Judge, there is a discovery issue in this case, so we did receive paper discovery in this case. There is outstanding digital discovery. That's discovery that we've been asking for since we were assigned this case on July 25th. So body worn camera is referenced throughout the police reports. It says that the responding police officers had their body cameras on, activated, and we requested that on the record. Your Honor signed an order for that discovery yesterday, and we still haven't received that discovery. So I would ask.
Yesterday?
Yes, Judge, I sent that to your court on Friday, and Your Honor signed the order yesterday. And again, we've been asking the
the prosecution for this since July 25th, again on the record on August 1st. And because of that outstanding discovery, we are asking for this case to be dismissed.
We've done the discovery that we have, we've reached out to OIC, requesting an individual discovery to be uploaded to evidence.com. If not requested on the OIC, then we would also dismiss it.
Who's the OIC?
Washington, yes, Washington.
If the officer in charge isn't here today, there's no one for the defense to ask questions about where this discovery is. Again, it's referenced in the police reports.
Not one there's a hotline for the domestic violence task team. But I don't know the last one.
Let me see that.
I'm sorry, I can go ask him for the office. Maybe. Is that okay?
So your hands are gonna come up, so watch.
I'll be right back now.
Here's the fence. Yeah, can we Braxton? Braxton.
Yeah, just the thing is calling them and he's difficult to come in and question them.
Okay, so I talked to the supervisor, who indicated that she is going to send the discovery, visual discovery right now. She said it's gonna take about 15 minutes. So that being said, that doesn't confuse that you see. So a couple of things I can do. I can give you an opportunity to look at that. I'm not sure how much it is. Give you an opportunity to look at that today. Perhaps be ready to do that this afternoon. Okay. Not like I won't be busy. All right, so we're gonna upload that to you, get that to Ms. Barry. Forthwith, so she prepared the order of the Senate, whatever needs to be done. We'll see. So we'll say later on this afternoon. We'll speak about it. 2 minutes in this case. Let's see where we stand about 3 or 2 minutes.
Will you just contact Holland or just addressing?
Contact?
Yes, sir.
Should be in contact.
The complainant has been receiving contact from third parties indicating that the defendant would like to speak with her about pressing charges, and then she has repeatedly got phone calls from the Dade County Jail. And she had voicemails of her, and she did not accept the call, but she has repeatedly been contacted by the defendant. I think that goes to witness intimidation.
Judge, I was given, or I was able to look at that for the first time this morning. Of course, we can't see who the jail calls are from.
Well, it's no coincidence that she has a case where she's playing witness, and the defendant in that case is in the Wayne County Jail. Now she's receiving jail calls in the Wayne County Jail.
The text messages, I also, it seems that they're not directly, I'm just giving context, Judge. It seems that the text messages, from looking at them, are not directly from Mr. Holland and alleged to be from Mr. Holland. I don't believe they asked to speak with Ms. Covington in these text messages. But Judge, I don't have any.
Contact, period. Oh, whatsoever.
And that's absolutely true, Judge. And it is a condition of Mr. Holland's bond that he not have contact with Ms. Covington. Him and I have discussed that subsequently, that he can't have any contact with Ms. Covington.
That's either by way of you, any third party, text messages, voicemails, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, anything else that I've left out. When I say no contact, that's exactly what I mean, sir. If I hear of anything else, I'm going to make sure that you don't have any phone call privileges while you're in Wayne County Jail as well. Yes, sir. See what your complaints and availability is. Mr. Jersey. All right, sir. You have, Mr. Braxton. Where's Mr. Braxton?
He's right here.
Right.
I'm gonna just step back 1 second. Mr. Braxton.
Only case 2358105, State of Michigan versus Keontae Jemiah Braxton. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault, grave bodily harm, less murder by strangulation. Count 2 assault with dangerous weapon. Count 3 domestic violence. Has been issued from the court defense numbers. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drink for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Jersey, P 33195 on behalf of Mr. Braxton.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Keontae Jemiah Braxton.
There's a date time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is a Ms. Isis Horn. She was notified of today's date and time for the hearing. She is not present.
That's the matter to dismiss.
So, or, dismiss this matter without prejudice. So, Mr. Drain, I think you'll be getting an upload. I talked to the supervisor, they said about 15 minutes. I didn't catch the name, just asked, said she was supervisor.
She said she will be here, but she was a little hesitant and worried that she may not appear. She was hesitant to begin with because of reliving the trauma that she's been through. So she keeps going a little back and forth. I'm afraid that she may not show us 3, but she says she will show us 3. It seems like she's a little hesitant.
Why don't you have a step in?
Hello, I'm trying to check in. Simon Stinson.
Stinson?
Yes, sir.
You can have a seat. Good morning, ma'am. How are you today?
Good.
Come on up to the podium. All right, so one of those situations that are unavoidable. The good news is that I don't have to adjourn it to another day. I think we can still get this in today. Bad news is I can't do it exactly right now. I have to make sure that both sides have everything they need when we go forward. So we're talking about pushing this back to about 3 o'clock.
Okay, I'll be here.
Be here? In fact, you don't even have to leave. You want to stay, you can stay.
Okay, I'm looking for some karate back.
This is cool, sounds like a good idea. All right, so I'll see you at 3, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Martin here?
She just stepped in. She's here.
Okay. I just stepped in.
Sorry.
How you doing? How you doing?
Wait, so,
Sorry.
myself. Years.
Yeah, it's been a while. We've been closed for a minute.
I believe it was Esperanza.
That the last one?
Well, the last one I did.
Wow. That was a long time ago. See if we can drop it down there.
We must have.
No.
Yes.
Smart, are you ready? Why not? Can't find your client.
No, she's here.
Your client's here.
I know, but where? Like, she's not sitting out there because the complaining witness is sitting out there, so I'm texting her to come to the court.
Well, it's in the courtroom. She came in here a minute ago.
This is a dismissal. We're gonna meet him at 3:00. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah.
So I told her to sit down in the courtroom and ready, she disappeared.
She went to go talk to her client.
I'm talking about clients, and she came in, I told her to have a seat right there.
Yeah, you did. I'm sorry, I checked her in and then she went out, so. I'm sorry. We also have co-counsel in here, who introduces himself to you on Braxton case.
How you doing, sir?
Good. I just wanted to introduce myself. We just did a Zoom together and
How you doing?
good. You made me work for that dismissal last day. For the withdrawal on Brazier.
Oh.
You're like, I want to see you work. And I'm like, then they see me work for free. And you were like, I don't think I want to do that to you. So
Alright, so I was wondering, I was talking to see you yesterday.
I was coming here yesterday. I blew a head gasket in my Jeep. Then I now have to replace the engine.
Oh.
But I was gonna put a Hemi in it anyhow, so it's just making it go faster.
Fun stuff.
Right.
Alright.
Nice to meet you.
Good to see you in person.
You too.
Yeah, have you seen Mr. Brown?
No, I spoke to him earlier today. And I spoke to him meeting with you.
I don't see him or the person.
Yeah,
I mean, I know he
He is who he says he is.
I can't go by it.
Okay, so there's the Simpson. Ready?
Yes.
Calling case 2358048, U.S. State Mission versus Tanya Renee Simpson. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with intent to murder, count 2 assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation, count 3 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 4 felony firearm, count 5 felony firearm, count 6 felony firearm, count 7 aggravated domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley James with People, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alicia Marvin, P69003, on behalf of the Spencer, Ms. President,
Tell me your name for the record.
Time and name, thanks,
There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge, I am prepared to proceed. The complaining witness, Mr. Glenn, says that he is present outside.
Your Honor, at this time, Ms. Spencer wishes to waive her right to preliminary exam and report for proceedings.
Ms. Simpson, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination. By waiving the same, that means you won't have one. You will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you say in charge. Like you want. You understand that? You understand the nature and the purpose of a preliminary examination?
Yes, she's crazy.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir, she had explained to me.
Right. You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you're charged with was committed in the city of Detroit, that there's probably cause to believe you did.
Yeah.
Is anyone forcing you to waive your right? Has anyone promised you? Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
I'm waiving it with understanding what she explained to me.
So I'll ask again, are you waiving it freely and voluntarily, or is someone making you waive?
I'm doing it freely, sir.
The objection from the people?
Objection to the waiver.
Court finds defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily, freely given. The court finds the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division proceedings. Her arraignment on the information date and time will be August 23rd, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Following continue.
Your Honor, may I just talk to you? I think that there was an issue about the house that they were living in.
Did you say August 23rd, Judge?
Yes, August 23rd at 9:00. Sorry? Sure.
Brown was a just Supreme Court.
He's right there.
Mr. Chambers, how you doing today? How are you? All right, you're a little early for Rutland.
I know.
What are we doing? Is that gonna be a home?
I don't think so, but you got at 11:30.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. No issues to address.
All right, bond will be continued. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Brown, how you doing today?
Pretty good yourself, Your Honor.
I'm good. Thank you. You look good on TV.
You too. I'm trying to get this part.
Are you ready?
Plan is on his way upstairs. Shipment.
Right.
Ready? Okay. Yes, sir. So, Mr. Chambers, as we go and I can take breaks between questioning witnesses and so forth, we'll take care of your matter. Mr. Brian Klein.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Calling case 2357390, people of the state of Michigan versus Jalen Wilson. Defendant is charged in count 1 homicide, murder, second degree, count 2 tampering with evidence, criminal case punishable by more than 10 years. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ryan Elsie, P number is 81329.
Hey, good morning, Your Honor. Ryan Brown, P80560. Here on behalf of Mr. James Razor. Mr. Razor, this name is Jalen over Razor.
MWP number 75614, which is 10,000.
All right, so this matter was held in part and continued to today. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who's your first witness?
That's going to be Detective Sarah Markle.
Please give your name and spelling to the court reporter this morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please have a seat with this one. may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Sarah Markle. It's Sarahmarkel.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a detective with the Detroit Police Department. I'm currently assigned to our homicide unit. My job is to do phone extractions.
And how long have you been in that particular assignment with phone extractions?
Since 2017.
And just for clarity of the record, could you briefly describe for the court what a phone extraction is?
Yes, a phone extraction is basically a copy of the data within a phone. So I use software and connect the phone to a computer with the software already on it. And the program will make a copy of everything that's in the phone.
And is there a particular software program that you currently use to do a phone extraction?
I use a couple different programs, but the main tool that I use is called Celebrate.
Okay. And when utilizing the Celebrate program with the phone extraction, are you able to sort of get a window into the activity that a specific phone had conducted over specific periods of time?
Yes, so with the phone extraction, like I said, with that copy, that makes a copy of the entire phone itself. So the copy will include calls, text messages, web searches, any activity in the phone is what the extraction tries to get. So ideally, we will get a full, complete copy of the data within each phone.
And in connection with this particular case, did you do any phone extractions?
I did.
And is it fair to say you did a number of them in connection with this case?
Yes, I did several.
Okay. And I want to focus on one in particular, a black Samsung cell phone that was associated with the defendant in this case. Are you familiar with that particular phone?
I am.
And did you do an extraction on that phone?
I did.
And did you do one or multiple attempts to extract data from that phone?
On that particular phone, I believe I did 3.
Okay, and what was the purpose for doing successive extractions on that phone?
So as we get new phones or a new phone is sold by a company, our software is always playing catch up. So you can get a new phone, you can get a new software update on your phone, and our software isn't immediate to offer full support for each phone. So the programs are always catching up to the new releases by the phone company. The additional attempts would be if there was, if I thought there was a chance that not everything was recovered at the time of the original extraction, or if I thought maybe we could get more, we would do more than one extraction, just as an attempt to see if we could get any additional information from the previous extraction.
And in terms of the third extraction that you did for this particular phone, when was that extraction completed approximately?
Probably about 2 or 3 weeks ago. It was very recent.
Okay, and in terms of data that you were able to obtain for that extraction, was there any additional data compared to prior extraction attempts?
There was a little bit. I didn't do a complete comparative review of the old versus the new. When I do another phone extraction, I'll focus on the newest extraction to see what is in that one. So there was, I believe, a little bit more, but there wasn't, I don't believe there was a whole lot.
Okay. Compared to prior extractions and the new extraction, were you able to get any insight into whether data had been deleted from the phone?
Yes,
Okay. And was that sort of sense of whether data had been deleted not clear from prior extractions?
there were, what I would say, missing information, or a lack of activity, or for a better word, that lack of activity on the newer phone extraction, the one that was most recent. There were timestamps where a factory reset or a complete wipe of the phone had been done.
Okay. So let's get into that. I'm holding what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 29. May I have leave to approach, Your Honor, throughout
Yes.
Is people's proposed exhibit 29 something called a device information report?
Yes, this is what would be the first page of a celebrate report.
Okay, and that particular report, is that from the defendant's Samsung phone in this case?
It is.
And is that report in substantially the same condition it would be if you went into Cellbrite and tried to generate it again today?
Yes, for the first page.
Okay, and does that just give us basic information about the device?
Correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit people's proposed exhibit 29.
Any objection? Admitted.
Thank you. And does that exhibit 29 provide us information about the phone number associated with the device?
It does.
And what is the phone number associated with the device?
313-575-3450.
Okay. And I'm also holding what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 30, which is a device event report. In terms of people's proposed exhibit 30, is that another report that was generated from the defendant's phone extraction?
It was.
And if you were to go back into Cellbrite today and try to create that same report, would it be in substantially the same condition as proposed exhibit 30?
Yes.
And does that particular report provide information about a factory reset of the device?
It does.
Okay, Your Honor, I move to admit people's proposed exhibit 30.
Any objection? Admitted.
And Detective Marco, what is a factory reset?
Factory reset is a complete wipe of the phone. So it reformats the phone. Instead of deleting individual things or deleting entire conversations, this is a complete reformat or wipe of the phone to start from scratch. This would be the condition if you were to go to a phone store and purchase a new phone. When you get that initial welcome or hello screen.
And once a device has been factory reset, is data that was previously on the device recoverable at that point?
Yeah.
And what is the date and time reflected for the factory reset associated with the defendant's phone?
January 7th, 2022 at 3:04 p.m.
Okay. Have you also, through Cellbrite, are you able to generate reports that show web search activity and website visitation activity?
Yes, those are some of the categories in the extraction.
Okay, I'm holding what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 32, which is a search items report. Does that report come from the defendant's phone extraction in this particular case?
It does.
And is that a report that documents web search activity during a specified period of time?
Yes, did you want the time frame or?
Yeah, I guess if you could start on the first page, what's the time reflected in row 1 and then the very last row as well?
The row 1 is January 17th, 2022. And the last date, with this, there are a couple of dates. There's January 7th, 2022. Prior to that is a Google Maps, which is November 14th, 2014. And then the last couple of pages do not have dates.
Okay. So the primary range here is January 7th through January 17th, 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, if you were to go back into Celebrate and try to generate that report again, would it be in substantially the same condition as proposed exhibit 32 is?
It would.
Your Honor, I move to admit the proposed exhibit 32.
Any objection? Admitted?
And I want to focus in on a couple of the searches reflected there in particular. If you could go to row 299.
Is it 299?
299.
There's 250.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go to 224.
Yes.
And can you indicate the date and time and the content of that particular web search?
The date time is January 9th, 2022. Time is 5:12 p.m. And the search reads, how does the authorities pull up last known call info?
And are you able to make any determination as to whether there was any attempt to delete that particular search?
Yeah, so if you go a couple columns over, you'll see a red yes in one of those columns. The red yes indicates that this particular item was deleted and then recovered.
Okay, and then how about row 127? Can you indicate what the date and time and content of that particular search is?
You said 127?
127, please.
Okay, yes. The date and time is January 12th, 2022 at 10:21 p.m. And the searched item is how to tell if you're being watched by police.
And how about row 124? Can you indicate the date, time, and content of that particular search?
January 12th, 2022 at 10:22 p.m. And the search is how to tell if there's a stakeout on your property.
And how about row number 51? Can you indicate the date and time and the content of that search?
Row 51 was January 15th, 2022 at 10:31 a.m. And it reads, why haven't I been arrested if I'm being investigated?
And how about row number 47? Can you indicate the date and time and the content of that search?
Yes, that's January 15th, 2022 at 12:25 p.m. And it reads, how does the FBI satellite find people?
How about row number 46? Can you please indicate the date and time and content of that search?
January 15th, 2022 at 12:35 p.m. Can putting a toaster in the bath kill you?
And how about number 43? Can you indicate the date, time, and content of that search?
January 15th, 2022 at 12:41 p.m. What happens if you put a board in an outlet?
And I want to move next to row number 4. Can you indicate the date and time of that particular search?
Row number 4 is January 16th, 2022, 2:59 p.m. The search is Celebrate.
And Celebrate, again, does that word have any significance to you?
That is the software program that I use for the phone extractions.
Okay. I'm also holding what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 33. And is this another report that was generated from the defendant's specific phone extraction?
Yes,
And is that a report that shows certain deleted web history from the phone?
yes.
And again, if you were to go back into Cellbrite and try to generate that same report again, would that be in substantially the same condition as People's Proposed Exhibit 33 is in?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit Proposed Exhibit 33.
Any objection? Okay. Admit.
And I just want to focus on one particular entry there. Number one, can you indicate what that web browsing, the content of the web browsing activity is? Number one.
Yes, so the title of the web history or the site, so what this is this tells you the URL and information where you do a web search, you do like a Google search. And you see a bunch of results from your Google search, you can click on individual sites. So that's where the web history then comes in. And this was, can the police track our call list if we delete the call history from our phone?
And what was the date and time associated with that web activity?
January 9th, 2022 at 5:13 p.m.
And actually, one further entry, row number 9. Can you indicate the content of the activity reflected in row number 9?
Yes, row number 9 was another part of the web history, and that is, can the police listen to a previous phone call?
And what is the date and time reflected for that particular web activity?
January 9th, 2022 at 5:12 p.m.
And for these two activities that we've just discussed, is there any indication as to whether there was an intent to delete that particular browsing activity?
Yes, these were deleted. It's shown in that last column indicated by the red yes. These were deleted and then recovered through the extraction.
Okay, one final issue. In connection with this case, did you also play a role in a return on a search warrant for an iCloud account?
We did.
And was that particular iCloud account for a Rochelle Zion 04 at gmail.com?
Yes.
And can you describe just in general what you did with the data that you received from Apple, presumably directly?
Sure. So the one of the features in the Cellbrite program is that I can take search warrant returns and put those files into the Cellbrite Physical Analyzer program and create what would look the same as like a phone extraction report. It also has the capabilities of doing that with search warrant returns. So with the iCloud search warrant, it's returned through links in email. Again, there's a number of decryption steps that have to be taken, but ultimately, once I'm able to download those iCloud search warrant returns, I can process that file or take that original file from Apple and put it into Cellbrite just to put it in a more user-friendly or easier to read format within the Cellbrite features. In that particular program, you can search, you can sort, and filter, and it's just more of a user-friendly way to look through some of the records.
Okay, and when that's done, taking the data from the search warrant return and putting it into the more user-friendly Cellbrite format, does the content or the substance of the data get altered?
No, there are a number of different steps to be able to access, and all of that encryption by Apple is done to ensure that the records are not going to be manipulated.
Thank you, no further questions.
Okay, before we do cross-examine, give me 1 second. Mr. Chambers. Ready on record? Calling case 2358028. People of the state of Michigan.
Yes.
People of the state of Michigan versus Brandon DeAndre Wilson, charge of common assault with dangerous weapon, count 2, domestic violence. Your appearance for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drew, people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Judge. Ernie Chambers on behalf of Mr. Rutledge, B63956, stands to my left.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Brandon DeAndre Rutledge.
This date, time set for preliminary examination, are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is not present, and I cannot proceed without her testimony today.
Judge, defense will move for discussion.
So ordered, the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Brown, back on the record on the consideration.
Morning, sir. Sorry to get this right. I'm detective, sir. Now, indicated that you asked about a couple of entries, moving backwards at exhibit 33. There was a question on whether or not some of the searches were deleted. And indicated yes. And there was approximately 625 searches from that particular extraction, correct?
Correct.
It would be a fair statement that every single search included in that extraction was deleted, correct?
I'm not sure about all 625. I can say that
The vast majority.
in this particular, in exhibit 33, there are 14 items on these pages, and all 14 were deleted, yes.
And that's signified by the yes, the red yes in the deleted column, correct?
Right.
Could you go to item number 217? In exhibit 33, the exact, and the extraction report.
Item 30, or I'm sorry, exhibit 32.
Exhibit 33.
Exhibit 33 has only 14 items, 14 lines.
Exhibit 33 has 25 different search items.
So this, in the web history, so next to the web history, it indicates that 625.
Well, 625.
That is the total number of web history items in this particular section. This document itself, through that sorting or filtering or being able to isolate certain items of your choosing.
Yes.
In this particular exhibit 33, only 14 lines are here.
Oh,
So
so you don't have
the
that.
total in the full extraction would be 625, but not all 625 were printed or included in this exhibit.
Yeah, Your Honor, if I may just, for clarity of the record, the electronic version of the exhibit that I provided, Mr. Brown has 3 pages. I just printed the first 4 pages. to highlight the specific line items that I want to address.
And may I approach with my electronic copy to show the detective to first authenticate whether or not I have authentic copy, whether or not she can read from this particular report.
Yes, approach.
Scroll up and down after. Detective Marker, does that look like, an authentic extraction that you, undertook on Mr. Brady's phone?
So to be able to verify that this is the same as here, I would have to verify each of these lines to confirm that they were the same. So if you want to take your word for it, that this is the full copy versus what I have here.
Does it look substantially the same?
Well, it looks like, a web history in every phone insurance.
Okay, could you scroll down to 217, search history line 217 and 218?
You said line
217.
217.
Yes.
Okay, line 217.
And could you, for the record, could you indicate what that search is?
That is, Kroger.com.
Okay, and is that deleted?
That is.
Okay, and 218, is that also a search for Kroger?
Yes,
Okay, that's deleted?
it is.
Okay, and just by looking at that particular extraction list, would it be a fair statement that the vast majority, if not all of those 625 different searches have been deleted, correct?
Yeah, so if I'm just quickly scrolling down here, it does appear that the majority, if not all, on this are, but again, I'm not scrolling through and doing a full analysis or confirming sitting there on the spot.
Absolutely. And it would be a fair statement that the vast majority of those 625 searches, other than the particular searches that were asked by the prosecutor, were just generic searches that had nothing to do with this particular case, right?
I wouldn't be able to answer about the vast majority. The couple that you pointed out were Kroger, but without looking line by line, I wouldn't feel comfortable saying the vast majority have something or nothing to do with this particular case without taking time to actually review it.
Okay. Did you review these before you came to court?
Not every single line, no.
Okay, so when you do your extraction, are you looking for things or you just generate the report and you don't ever analyze it?
It varies. So I do the extraction on all of them. I don't necessarily do the review on every one because they're.
Okay, I'm sorry, I need to put you on, but in this particular case, I'm not asking you about any other cases. In this particular case, did you do the analysis after you did the extraction?
I assisted with the review, yes.
Okay, so it was your job to point out certain items that you may felt were pertinent to the investigation of this case, correct?
Yes and no. If I see something during my review, then yes. But as I was saying, because of the number of cases, I don't know the specific details of each individual case. So what I'm aware of, I can assist with doing the review and looking for things, but I may not know details of each case. So it's more of a combined effort with the detectives who are assigned to this and myself, but I am always there to assist.
Okay, did you have a particular task or a particular area that you were looking for when you did the extraction on this particular?
My specific task is to do the phone extraction.
Okay, so in this case.
As I can, I do the reviews and I do assist with the reviews.
Okay.
But to be able to recite thousands of pages, no, I wouldn't be able to do that off of my memory.
Of course, fair enough. Well, my question was when you did the extraction, you indicated that you did assist in the review after the extraction for this particular case, correct?
Of course.
Okay. And during that assistance in reviewing, you were to look at certain items that you thought were pertinent to this case, correct? That'd be okay.
If certain items were, if we were specific, normally a review, even in a broad sense, which is what I do on these,
But in this case, I'm not asking you about normally what you do, but you said on this particular case, you assisted in the review, correct?
correct.
Okay. And during that review, you were to, I guess, itemize or isolate certain items that you felt were pertinent to the case, correct?
No, that's what I was trying to say. I review and look for items of interest that may or may not be of interest. And then we talk amongst the other detectives, but when I'm doing a review, it's usually more of like a general review because something may stick out to me that doesn't mean something.
Fair enough, fair enough. So in your general review of this particular case, did you isolate certain items that you personally felt they may have be of value to this case?
I don't isolate things. I keep it all together as one. So I don't isolate specific items.
Maybe I used the wrong verbiage, not actually isolated, but I guess select or write the particular number associated with that search now. You don't categorize it or anything, or label it or highlight it or do anything that would, I guess, signify that you thought this was of any particular value.
No, nothing outside. If I'm understanding you correctly, you mean like?
I mean, if you look at that list, it's 625, and you look at item number 55, for example, and say, okay, I think this may be pertinent to this case. Do you highlight it? Do you jot on a notepad item 55?
No.
So so when you review it, how do you, I guess, signify that you think that a particular item is of value?
So the way that I would review is I look at the section that is called the timeline. And in the timeline section, it categorizes all of the activity in the phone and puts it into a timeline, in chronological order. So typically what I would do is look for time periods around each specific case. And if I find something that I think is of interest, I don't document it separately because a review is a constant ongoing thing.
Okay, what do you do then? When you find something of value, what do you do? Can you explain that?
Well, I could let the officer in charge know or their partners know, but I don't isolate something specifically from an extraction because the entire extraction is considered my report.
Correct.
So to break it up, I wouldn't do that.
And that's not what I meant. I'm sorry about the confusion with my question. I didn't mean if you take that particular item outside of the extraction. I more or less, did you notate that particular item so somebody else could come behind you and look to see if it is of value, like a detective or a prosecutor or anybody making a decision on what is, I guess, ultimately pertinent?
No, I don't notate.
May I approach her? Come on. Now, going back to exhibit number 32. You indicated that the date range from your extraction report is from November the 14th of 2014.
There's one item.
That's the furthest date out is November the 14th, 2014, correct?
Correct.
And that extends from that particular date until January 17th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Now, you also indicated that there was a factory reset.
Correct.
Now, you indicated that once a factory reset is done, it erases everything that predated that reset.
Correct, on the device.
Okay. And you wouldn't know why a person would do a factory reset, correct?
I don't.
Sometimes it's possible that a factory reset, I guess, could be done to speed the phone up. There's too much spamware or too much documentation on the phone. One could free up some memory by doing a factory reset, correct?
Where you free up all of the memory by doing a factory reset. But there could be many reasons.
Correct. And from your experience, is it true that sometimes even a cell phone provider or individual who works at a company may give advice to an individual in order to speed up their device once you do a factory reset to clear any past items, spyware, or things that may be slowing the phone down? That's a possibility, correct?
I suppose it could be a possibility. I don't work at a cell phone store, so I don't know if they would recommend a factory reset or spyware. But there could be any number of reasons why it would be recommended that I don't know of.
Okay. And you also indicated that you did 3 different extractions on the particular phone, correct?
Correct.
And you said you normally do multiple extractions in the event that you feel you may not have caught everything from previous extractions, correct?
Correct. That's something we frequently do, yes.
Okay. And you said you normally don't compare the extraction to see whether or not something new is actually in the subsequent extraction?
No, I don't generally do, when I refer to like a comparison, I'm thinking of like a side-by-side comparison. No, I wouldn't normally do that.
And you didn't do it in this particular case, correct? You didn't?
Right.
Okay. Is it possible for, I guess, something to be on a previous extraction that doesn't show up on the subsequent extraction?
I suppose it could happen.
But you wouldn't know because you don't do the comparison, correct?
I didn't do a comparison, correct.
And you indicated that the software that you use, if you said it's Atlas or like the Cellbrite, that you say it's a program that was that's right. The program that you use, Cellbrite program you use to extract the phone, you're saying that's always playing catch up, right? It's not current with the phone updates from the providers, correct?
Right, so each phone, a security update or a software update on our phones, that we get on our own personal devices, the software such as Cellbrite has to update their program or send out an update to, if there's something on that security update that may possibly block Cellbrite. Then once the Cellbrite update comes out, then it wouldn't block it. Or a phone where we may not have been able to get everything from a previous Cellbrite version, as updates with the software go on, it may be possible to get more information.
And as far as extracting encrypted material, indicated that iPhones or Apple, they have is it fair to say they have a pretty sophisticated encryption software on their phone?
I would say they do have a decent security feature on their phones, but the encryption part that I was referring to, that was the iCloud, not an iPhone.
The iCloud. And once you convert or extract the iCloud and put it in the Cellbrite, you indicated that it doesn't change any of the variables or information?
Correct, it doesn't change the information.
Okay. And now you provided a particular encryption code in order to keep the information authentic?
Yes.
I think you know the question.
You reiterate? Okay, you make that down. Okay, Mr. Drain, did you have that upload for Rodney Holland?
Yes, Judge. I do have it, and
To Ms. Mayor?
already forwarded it to Ms. Mayor.
All right, so new development, I understand, at least I'm told that the defendant has tried to contact the victim after I told him not to, so I will be holding him in contempt of court after here. Maybe with this for another 60 days. So, given that he'll be back before me in another 60 days or so, I'm inclined to adjourn that matter and have your witness come back to a date that's convenient for her.
Thank you, Judge.
Can we find out what that date is?
Yes.
Thank you.
Who else did I have? Where did Mr. Mr. Ogletree? Mr. Miranda here? We have Mr. Ogletree step in.
Yes, he's talking to Michelle.
Okay. All right. You can see up the next witness.
Thank you. I see.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. And then, ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good morning, Catherine, Catherine, Yellowman, Guillaaumin.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a detective with the Detroit Police Department,
And what's your current assignment?
homicide unit.
And how long have you been in homicide unit?
About 3.5 years.
And what's your role in connection with this case?
Officer in charge.
And compared to, have you previously investigated other homicides?
I have.
Compared to other homicides, would you say there's a defining characteristic in this case that distinguishes it from other cases that you've handled?
Yes, there's no body.
And I want to put one exhibit up for you to look at that was submitted yesterday as People's Exhibit 19. You were here for testimony from Special Agent Reiner from the FBI about the phone mapping, is that correct?
Yes.
Just looking at page 11 of Exhibit 19, you see the area that's marked with that yellow box toward the bottom right-hand corner of the screen.
Yes.
That was indicated by Special Agent Reiner to be the location of 26 Beresford. Is that correct? Okay. Are you familiar with what's in that particular area?
Yes, the parking lot with dumpsters.
And that would be the area that the defendant's phone had been consistent with sort of taking a round trip to and from in the early morning hours of January 5th, 2022.
Correct.
What point did you become involved in the investigation in connection with this case?
I believe, January 18th, we came to OIC.
Okay,
Of 2022.
and as part of your investigation, did you look into whether there's a possibility that Zion Foster was still alive?
Yes.
And can I ask, did you search morgues in the area? And did any of those searches provide any leads? No. Did you search hospitals in this area? Did any of those hospital searches provide any leads?
No.
Did you search for whether Ms. Foster had done any sort of international travel?
Yes.
Did that provide any leads?
No.
You heard Ms. Foster's mom testify yesterday about her Instagram account, Zion's Instagram account. Did you obtain a search warrant to get records associated with that particular Instagram account? And that'd be the iilove.ra account?
Correct.
And did you get a return from Instagram pursuant to the search?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to the minutes. People's Exhibits 34 and 35. 34 is a certificate of authenticity for Meta for that particular Instagram account. 35 is a disk with the actual search warrant return on it, showing the account records. I move for this to be admitted under Michigan Rule of Evidence 902 subsection 11, certified records of regulated activity.
Any objection? Admitted.
As part of your investigation, did you review those records that have been admitted now as People's Exhibit 35?
I did.
And was there any activity that you saw that was potentially attributable to Zion Foster after January 5th, 2022?
There was, I believe if you're referring to, a connection from Cortez Gonzalez, the boyfriend.
And did it look like Cortez had used the account to try to get some information about potential contact information?
Correct.
That's something it
Yes.
did. Was there anything suggesting that Zion herself was using that account after January 5th, 2022?
No.
Okay, and you heard,
I think that causes speculation on whether or not who accessed the account.
okay, very well, I'm gonna move on. Now you heard Ms. Milton testify about Zion's bank account, is that correct?
Correct.
And as part of your investigation, did you obtain a search warrant for Zion's banking records?
I did.
And what was the institution that you obtained a search warrant from?
Navy Federal.
Navy Federal, okay. And did you obtain two separate search warrants or just one?
Two.
Okay, and when approximately was the first search warrant obtained?
Earlier on in the investigation, I believe it was possibly May of 2022.
Okay, and did you receive a return from the banking institution?
I did.
In terms of that original set of records, Your Honor, I have a disk labeled Exhibit 36, which again is a certified copy of banking records obtained in connection with this case, and I move for that to be admitted under MRE 902 subsection 11, certified records of regulated activity.
Any objection? Okay. Admitted.
Okay, and in terms of those initial banking records that you obtained, did you see any sort of, I guess, pattern in the banking activity after January 5th, 2021?
No.
Was there any banking activity after that point?
No, unless you're referring to the second search warrant.
Okay, just focusing on the first one. You also heard Ms. Milton testify about the iCloud account associated with Zion, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you obtain a search warrant to get data from Apple for that particular account?
Yes.
And did Apple, as you understand it, provide data to the Detroit Police Department on a return for that search warrant?
Yes.
And you heard Detective Martin testify about transferring that data into a format that was usable through Celebrate, is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point during your investigation, did you go through and look into that data in the Celebrate program?
Yeah.
And did among the data that was returned from Apple, were there communications in the form of text messages or instant messages?
As far as Google or iCloud?
As far as iCloud.
iCloud? Ask the question again, I'm sorry.
In terms of the data that you were able to review from Zion's iCloud account and Celebrate, were there instant messages or text message communications?
Yes.
And did you review that data for communications specific to the phone number for the defendant that was previously discussed in this case?
I did.
And were you able to generate reports showing those particular communications between Zion's iCloud account and the defendant's phone number?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding what's been marked as it was proposed exhibit 37. It's a certification from Apple for the iCloud account business record certification. And then subject to that certification of records, I have two separate exhibits that I'm offering as certified records of regularly conducted activity. One is People's proposed exhibit 38, which is a disk that contains approximately 1,000 pages. I'm not going to get all into roughly 1,000 pages of communications between the iCloud account and the defendant's phone number, and for one period of time. And then exhibit 39, which contains a different period of time, a shorter amount of communications, and I'm moving for those to be both admitted under Michigan Rule of Evidence 902 subsection 5, certified records of regularly conducted activity.
In your objection,
Okay.
admitted.
In terms of, let's start with exhibit. I'm sorry, I misspoke on the exhibit number, Your Honor. It's 36 has already been admitted. It's 38 that has the iCloud communications.
Oh, that's what you said.
Did I say it? Okay. I was holding 36 minutes. Sorry. Okay, so in terms of exhibit 38, I want to walk through a couple of these communications. Approximately, what was the frequency of communication that you observed between Zion's iCloud account and the defendant's phone through these iCloud records? Was there a lot of communication between the two?
Yes.
And I'm just going to hand you a couple of excerpts from the file that's on the disk to walk through. And this particular series of communications on exhibit 38 are these messages from the period of time November 2nd of 2020 through December 10th of 2021. I know those are just excerpts that you're holding in your hand, but in terms of the overall extraction on the disk, is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And now, among these messages, were there any messages surrounding the idea of the defendant's knowledge of how to delete data?
Yeah, there were some messages, about deleting, being told her to delete something.
And-
Message.
So let's go to page 574. Do you have that in the extraction or in the excerpts that you have?
Yes.
Okay, can you read the message that's reflected on page 574?
Can we read it?
Yes.
So the date is 5/26/2021. Is that what you're referring to? At 3:47 p.m. It says, I gave my auntie my contact info. Another message, I showed you in a screenshot. If she texts me, I'll answer. Oh, I have Alima. Oh, and have Alima delete y'all conversation off Instagram and iMessage that involve what's going on.
Okay, and in terms of that particular message about advising deleting, was there any particular phone number that that message was attributable to?
It's from their phone number 313-575-3450, and it is sent to Rachel Zion 04@gmail.
Okay, and then looking at page 575, does the conversation continue?
Yes.
And
From the same phone number, 313-575-3450, sent to Rachel Zion 04@gmail. The message says, legally, if they go forward with a search warrant, they can take her phones, computers, etc. That was sent on May 26, 2021 at 3:49 p.m.
okay, and how about page 577? Is there a message in a similar vein on page 577?
Yes, from the same phone number, 313-575-3450, sent to Rachel Zion 04@gmail. Yes, clear that whole conversation. That was also sent on May 26, 2021 at 4:01 p.m.
Okay. And I want to draw your attention to, let me just ask you as a general matter, were there any messages reflected in this exhibit, People's Exhibit 38 that were, which you characterize as sexually explicit?
Yeah.
Let's go to page 395. Is there a message that reads, IMA?
Yes,
Can you indicate the date and time of that message?
that's maybe May 4th of 2021 at 12:27 a.m.
And is there an indication of which number sent that message?
313-575-3450.
And that'd be the defendant's number?
Yes.
And what is the content of that message? Read.
It says, bruh, I'm gonna, which I would assume is I'm going to, it's IMA, kick my BM out of the MF house.
Okay.
I would read that as, bruh, I'm gonna kick my baby mama out of the fucking house.
And are there subsequent messages from that same time frame that add on that?
Yes.
And what's the next message?
Sent from the same phone number. This bitch swear everybody wants to fuck me, or I'm just giving dick out.
Okay, and that was sent to the same 313-575 number?
Correct.
Okay. How about page 724, 726, if you have those in the excerpts that you have?
Yes.
Is there a message that starts with "I'm getting"?
Yes.
And what is the date and time of that message?
June 25th, 2021 at 11:32 PM. It is sent from 313-575-3450. The message reads, I'm getting my dick gobbled RN, which what I would read as right now.
And does that message continue in a subsequent message?
Yes, same phone number, like RN right now.
And does the message continue from there?
Yes.
And what is the content of the follow-up message?
The response is bitch. Another message followed up from the same 575 number. Are you okay? There was a response that was laughed at the comment or the message bitch from 575. A question sent to 575. Yes, I want to know if you had crud because that's all I'm running off of. Followed up message sent to 575. But enjoy that. Text me when she leaves. 575 phone number then sends, bro, this bitch asked 60 seconds in and she talking about her jaw tired and can't throw me. Message continues. Sent also for 575. She about to be outside in the rain.
And what was the time period of this particular sequence of messages?
Sent pretty close in proximity. This was also on June 25th, 2021, 11:30-ish p.m. These messages are back and forth around that time frame.
And how old would Zion Foster have been during that time? Those messages?
During that time, I believe she would have been 16.
And how old would the defendant have been?
During that, I believe he would have been 21.
Is there and in terms of the messages contained in People's Exhibit 39, which has been admitted, is this just subsequent messages for the period of December 31st, 2021 through January 3rd, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And Angie, this, you can take a look at page 13. Is there anything, I guess, notable in the messages on page 14?
The phone number 575 sent Zion. I was bored and began getting into psychedelics, in parentheses, shrooms, LSD, etc. Very great experiences.
Okay, and how about page, and I guess just for clarity, when was that message sent?
12/31/2021.
And how about page 11? Was there anything notable on that page?
The 575 number sent, just took some LSD, about to be on a journey for a few hours. That was sent also on 12/31/2021 at 5:36.
And then are there any messages from the iCloud account from January 4th that you observed?
The last page is December 31st.
Okay. And yesterday, when Special Agent Reiner testified, I asked him about a exhibit that had been admitted from the particular Google account?
Yes.
Did you obtain a search warrant as part of your investigation to get account information from the defendant's Google accounts?
Yes.
And that specific extraction that was published yesterday is pages 40 regarding the searches for trash compactors and things of that nature. Is that from that particular account?
Yes.
I want to ask you, just as foundation for some other issues, are you aware of the time periods which the defendant has been incarcerated after January 5th, 2022?
Yes.
And what was the time period in which he was incarcerated?
He's remained in some type of custody between January 19th, 2022, and he was released from Michigan Department of Corrections on January 17th of this year, 2023.
Okay, so during the time frame of October of 2022, would the defendant have been incarcerated at that particular time?
In prison, currently.
Do you remember the dates that the defendant was arrested on a murder charge in this case?
I don't believe. I want to say January 18th or 19th of 2022. Probable cause.
Probable cause.
Yes.
How about on a warrant?
No. That was recently, I believe that was June 12th of this year.
Okay. Contemporaneous with the defendant's arrest, did you participate in the execution of a search warrant at a particular residence?
I did.
And I don't want to put the address of the residence on the record, but through your investigation, did you gain an understanding of who you believe to reside at that residence?
Yes.
And who was that?
Galen Razor, his girlfriend, Katrina Smith, and their children.
Okay, Katrina Smith would be the same Katrina Smith that testified yesterday?
Correct.
Okay. During the course of the search warrant execution, did you seize a particular phone?
I did.
And I'm holding what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 43. Does that phone look familiar to you? And is that a phone that you seized during the execution of the search warrant? Yeah. Of that particular residence? Is that substantially the same conditions?
Yeah.
Seized it. Your Honor, you could admit exhibit 43.
Any objection?
And when you seized that phone, did you do anything with it in particular?
I gave it to Detective Markham to do the phone extraction.
Okay, and did you receive an extraction back from Detective Markham? Before we get to that particular phone, was there another phone extraction that you reviewed from Katrina Smith's phone from back in January of 2022?
Yes.
You heard her testify yesterday that she gave consent for the phone to be extracted. Now, that particular phone, did you review the extractions from that phone?
Yes.
And I am holding what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 41. Is this just the preliminary device information report from that particular phone?
Yes.
And does that show just kind of the basic device information, like the phone number?
Yes.
And if you were to go back into, was that report you generated using Celebrate?
Yes.
And if you were to go back into Celebrate today and try to generate that same report, would it look the same as that exhibit that you're holding in your hand.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit proposed exhibit 41.
Just because I don't believe she's the individual.
I can't hear you, sir.
I don't believe she's the individual who did the extraction, so she's not in a position to authenticate this extraction report and contents here.
Judge, Detective Markle testified extensively about the extraction process. She testified about how reports are generated using Celebrate. She testified that usually she's not the one that actually goes in and generates specific reports after she puts the entire extraction on evidence.
Is this a report that this officer generated?
That, yes, I mean, it's a report that she has the ability to authenticate as coming directly from Celebrate from the program for this particular.
Did she get it from there?
Well, Detective, this particular report that you're holding, exhibit 41, is that just sort of a copy of the first couple of pages of the overall extraction?
Yes.
And
Looks like every other.
Who did the overall extraction?
Technical
What role did you play in the extraction?
reviewing information.
Review the information that she gave you?
Yes,
Does that appear to be the information that she gave you?
it does.
okay, thank you, Your Honor. So again, with that foundation, I move to admit people's proposed exhibit 41.
Thank you, Judge. She just reviewing, she didn't make the extraction, so she can't authenticate. She's looking at the
She's
report.
not authenticating anything. She's saying this is what she received from Detective Mark.
Correct, same objection. So
Over the
Thank you. And is there a particular, without saying what the phone number is there a phone number that's generated on that report?
Yes, we'll say the last four is 7046.
Okay, and you use that phone number to communicate with Ms. Smith recently?
Yes.
And I've got another document that I'm holding, labeled as a proposed exhibit 42. Detective, could you, in terms of this same phone extraction, did you review text messages or instant messages between Ms. Smith's phone and that same 313-575-3450 number we discussed associated with the defendant? And exhibit 42, is that an extraction from Celebrate showing messages between the two of them from January 4th and January 5th of 2022?
Yes.
And again, this report that we're pulling that's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 42, does that come from the overall extraction for this phone number you received from Detective Markle?
Yes.
And is that in substantially the same condition it would be in if you went into Celebrate and tried to generate that report again today?
Yes.
Your Honor, again, I move to admit people's proposed exhibits 42 based on the same foundation.
once again, I would object. She's in no position to say whether or not it's in a substantial same position as an individual who extracted from Celebrate, because she has no experience in extracting from Celebrate. She testified that she reviewed the report once it's handed to her from Detective Markle. She's in no position to say whether or not this particular contents have been altered or in the same substantial condition as when they were originally extracted from the phone. Furthermore, this exhibit doesn't indicate what phone this came to. It doesn't indicate that it came from a particular extraction. It's just a list of search items. So her looking at this particular item, she can't say whether or not it came from the same report that was she just authenticated or said that she reviewed previously.
I'm hearing talking, sir, she did just say that this came from the phone extraction from Patricia Smith. She's reviewed it. She's familiar with that extraction. She's familiar with the messages this particular exhibit is coming from that extraction. This is just a portion of the extraction that probably is hundreds of thousands of pages long. So this is just a snippet of relevant information for purposes of this particular hearing that I believe the foundation is going to be able to show that it is what it purports to be.
Were you present during the extraction process?
But can I ask this, Judge? I guess to lay the foundation. The extraction process in general, let's say you get a phone, you place the phone on evidence, and then you want the phone forensically extracted by Detective Marco. What do you do? Okay, so you take the physical phone, you give it to her to get extracted. Once she's finished with the extraction, what do you get back in terms of the extraction?
She'll put it on a drive. I'll bring my drive to her. She'll put it on the drive, but she also does it.
Okay, and the extraction that Detective Markle creates, does that get put in evidence?
Yes.
And do you get a copy of that?
Yes.
It's just an identical copy of whatever went on evidence. And then the phone itself, once the extraction is done, where does the phone go? Okay, and so in terms of the phone extraction done for Trina Smith's phone, did it follow that process?
Yes.
And this document that you're holding in your hand, is that an extraction, a portion of the overall data that was extracted from her phone?
Yes.
And are you confident that no alterations have been made to that document?
Yep.
That if you, again, were to go back into Celebrate today with her specific phone dump, pull that document again, you get the same information back?
As far as technical, I would expect the phone, the Detective Markle takes the phone and does the same exact thing.
So again, Judge, as the proponent of the evidence, I am offering this as text messages between Trina Smith and the defendant that were extracted from Trina Smith's phone. And I believe there's ample foundation to show that this is what I'm reporting to be based on testimony.
Based on this is testimony as well as prior witness.
Correct, based on.
Explain what the process is to extract the phones. Mr. Brown?
Yes, and I don't believe that Detective Markle even testified to extracting this particular phone number. He asked her questions about another phone number, but he never asked her particularly about this phone. So I'm not even sure if she even extracted it. We have this witness testifying that Detective Markle extracted the phone, and she also testified that she wasn't present when Detective Markle extracted the phone. So she's in no position to say whether or not this particular document is in the same substantial condition as when Detective Markle extracted it, or whether or not if Detective Markle were to extract the phone right now, it would be similar to the items she has right now.
I'm curious, why do you try to bring this to Detective Markle?
Because Detective Markle is not the one that goes through and analyzes and looks for specific messages that are reflected on this document. So that's
Did she
generally.
testify consistent with that? That's
Right, and
correct.
so what we try to do, because she dumps thousands of phones per year, we're trying to limit her testimony to
Did
foundation.
she testify as to when the dump on this particular number?
I didn't ask her about this particular phone, but I asked her, did you do a number of phone dumps in this case? And then I asked her about the particulars associated with defendant's phone. But again, for purposes of this hearing judgment, there's no question that this document comes from a phone dump associated with Trina Smith. I mean, it's just, we can bring Detective Markle back here.
Sounds like that's what you're gonna have to do.
Judge, again, the authenticity required, it's a minimal showing, there's a de minimis showing required for authenticity of the
You
offering.
call a witness who is testifying that she received something from Detective Markle. We don't know where Detective Markle, she testified as to other numbers or what her usual process is, but not as it relates to this particular issue.
The judge, the overall, there's one person that does these phone dumps at DP Homicide, it's Detective Markle. And so the fact that there is a phone dump in existence in this case means that it was done by Detective Markle. And again, there's no, I don't
I
have
didn't
to,
hear Detective Markle say that.
I can ask this witness that question.
Aaron, I think that'd be totally improper. We don't know that. I don't know that. Evidence has not been shown that Detective Marco is the only individual in the Treasury Department who does phone extraction. And I'm not sure if this witness is in a position to know that.
Can I ask the witness?
Yeah.
Okay, Detective Dillon, presently, who does phone extractions for the Detroit Police Department on site? And is there anyone else who does phone extractions for the Detroit Police Department on site? As far as you're aware, you have a number of phone dumps on evidence in this case, or phone extractions on evidence in this case. As far as you're aware, based on being the officer in charge of this case, who placed all those phone dumps on evidence?
There's only one phone that wasn't done by Detective Marco because she had a lot of homicides during that week with homicide phones. And it was done by cybercrimes and it's not taken.
Okay, and that wasn't this phone that was talking about.
It was not.
Is that correct?
It wasn't.
Okay, so I thought you just said that Detective Parker was the only one who does these phone dumps, and now I'm hearing that cyber crimes does them too.
It sounds like you're saying that there was a set of circumstances where there was a particular phone dump Detective Marco didn't do.
Yes.
But that's not the phone we're talking about here.
That's not a typical situation, Sarah. But Detective Marco usually does all the phones for homicide. This particular situation was given consent. This was one of my friends, and I didn't want her to wait for this phone dump for 4 or 5 hours. So cybercrimes assisted me, but that is not a typical situation.
And that was a situation where a witness was at the Detroit Police Department headquarters, handed her phone over, you took the phone, you got it done, you gave it right back to her.
Yes.
I believe they contradicted themselves. Originally, they said that Detective Marco was the only person who does phone extractions. Then she just said that cybercrime does it in a atypical situation. You also testified earlier that this is not a typical case. So we're not sure on how many different phones were extracted from other individuals than Detective Marco, since she testified this is not a typical case since there wasn't a fight. So I'm sure it's a possibility that it could be other individuals who extracted from.
I think in the interest of crossing the T's, dotting the I's, you can actually Detective Marco to testify as to being the phone dump for this particular number.
Judge, can I cite one case, if I may, just the overall theory of foundation authenticating evidence. In the particular case that I'm looking at, is a case called Mitchell versus Kalamazoo Anesthesiology. The citation for that case is 321 misc 144. And it talks about the requirement for authenticity under Michigan Rule of Evidence 901 subsection A. And the court says, essentially, Michigan courts have interpreted that rule as requiring the component only to make a prima facie showing that a reasonable juror might conclude that the proper evidence is what the proponent claims to be. Once the proponent of the evidence has made the prima facie showing, the evidence is authenticated and may be submitted. The court goes on to indicate that the Michigan courts and federal courts interpreting the same rule under federal rules of evidence have determined that these and other federal authorities generally hold that a bona fide dispute as to the authenticity or identity is really something that goes to weight and not the admissibility of a particular item of evidence. And the court also uses this phrase, the minimus shown. And so again, my position is that this is the officer in charge of the case. She has, as the officer in charge, control over the evidence. Phone dumps are items that go on evidence. She reviewed Trina Smith's phone dump, and she has indicated that this is something that comes from that phone dump. I think that if we're happy to call Sarah Markle back here, but it's just a.
You could have had it back there all this time. We've been arguing, so she would have been done by now. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, Your Honor, this is it's not I don't think it's a it's a necessity at this stage or even if we're at trial.
So, Mr. Brown, as it relates to it going as to what weight the court should give it as opposed to its admissibility, let's say, that.
I would agree that, I mean, I'm not agree, I would say that, it's not admissible. Because it has to be authenticated. Early arguments, position to authenticate. As such, we don't know if Detective Marco did the extraction. We don't know if Detective Marco works alone. I think Detective Marco testified that it's a team of them who does the extraction. So there might be other individuals under Detective Marco.
Well, I will say this, and I've been doing this for quite some time. The only person I've ever seen testify as to home extractions is Detective Marco.
And you're right, I've been doing it for maybe not as long as you have, but I've had cross-examination from other phone extractors from Detroit Police Department. So I'm not sure.
It didn't involve Detective Marco?
That did not involve Detective Marco. I can't think of the name off the top of my head, but there is another individual who does phone extractions. Maybe not in the homicide unit, it was attempted murder, it wasn't a homicide case. That person did the phone extraction and Detective Marco is not the individual there. So I'm not sure how many individuals, just like the detective here just testified that somebody from cyber crimes did another particular phone. So whoever that person is from cyber crimes may be the same individual I'm referring to, but I just can't think of the name. So just with that admission right there, we understand that under some circumstances, Detective Marco is not the only person who does the extraction.
Judge, can I suggest this? Conditionally admit the evidence. We'll have these documents published. Well, Detective Gilliman is on the stand, and we can recall Detective Marco later this afternoon to close the foundation. Because the issue is that when I can't just put her on the stand and say, "Hey, detective, out of the 2,000 phone dumps that we've done in the past year, tell me where this particular document comes from." She's got to have time to prepare for those questions, and I obviously can't put her up full without giving her that time. So if we could, if we could move forward and
Let's move forward.
thank you.
Now take the admission of the advisor.
Okay, thank you. Now, detective, in terms of exhibit 42.
Hang on one second, Mr. Ogletree. Let me pause just for a second, because I know these folks have somewhere to go. You ready to do Miranda?
Yeah.
Come on, let's do it real quick. Calling case 2357883, for state of Michigan versus Ramon Miranda. Defendant is charged in count 1, unlawful imprisonment, count 2, domestic violence, count 3, interfering with crime report. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the Honorable Court, Adil Haradwala for Marshall Howard.
Not doing Howard yet, hang on. Ma'am, tell me your name for the record.
John Heisey,
And who are you, sir? Ma'am,
interpreter for Raymond Miranda.
please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to translate from English to Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Your name for the record, sir?
Miranda Jimenez.
All right. What's your pleasure, counsel?
He with rights of permission.
Can't hear you.
He decided to waive his right to preliminary examinations.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Thank you, sir. Please put your hand down. Sir, you understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination? By waiving the same, that means you won't have one. And you'll be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged in the complaint form. You understand that?
Okay.
You understand the nature and the purpose of a preliminary examination?
Yes, I think so.
You understand, if you were to have one, the prosecution will have to establish that the crime you're charged with was committed in the city of Detroit, and that there's probable cause to believe you committed it.
Yes, I understand.
Is anyone forcing you to waive your right?
No,
Has anyone promised you anything?
no,
Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
yes.
Mr. Elsie, can I get you to pitch in just for a second?
Yeah, sure, Your Honor. Brian Elsey, City of the People, MP number 81329.
Any objection from the people?
No, Your Honor.
The court finds defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily freely given. The court finds the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be August 23rd, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Be continued.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, Martell Howard, real fast.
Again, good morning.
Calling case 2356802, State of Michigan versus Martell Howard. Defendant is charged with count 1 kidnapping, custodial interference, count 2 domestic violence. Defendant has an additional court offense notice. Appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Shelley Jerry, the people, P number 60249.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Adele Haradwala, P number 40095, appearing on behalf of Martel Howard, who's present in the courtroom before the Honorable Court.
Tell us your name for the record, sir.
Your Honor, I had spoken with Mr. Martel Howard last time, and the agreement was that if the complaining witness does not show up today for the preliminary examination, I will make a motion. On the other hand, if she does show up, then he will be waiving it. I do not know the situation because I haven't spoken with the prosecutor.
Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. This matter was set at 12 p.m. It is now 12:44. I don't have any explanation for the absence, and I cannot proceed without the testimony.
In that case, Your Honor, we make a motion to dismiss.
So, or the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've already explained to my client what that means. Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day.
Okay, we are back on the record on People versus Frazier. I'm sorry. People.
Thank you, Your Honor. And at this time, may I publish the conditionally admitted Exhibit 42?
Yes.
Okay, and Detective, just to be clear, when we're looking at this particular report, you see the column at the top that says correction.
Yep.
Okay, and does that tell us whether a particular line is an incoming message or an outgoing message? I want to go to row number 99. Just refer to page 10. That particular row, is that a outgoing message from the promoter?
Outgoing.
And what was the date and time associated with that message?
January 4th, 2022. At 11:31 p.m.
And what number was that message sent to?
I'm just gonna say the last four.
You can say the full number.
313-516-7046.
I'm sorry, what number was the message sent to?
Oh, sent to, I'm sorry. 575-3450.
And what was the content message?
The message says sick and I can't breathe with this mask on.
And you can move down to row 114 on the next page. Was that an outgoing message?
You said 104?
114.
Oh, 14. Yes.
Okay, was that an outgoing message or an incoming message?
Outgoing.
And what was the time and date reflected on that message?
January 4th, 2022, 11:46 p.m.
And again, what number was that sent to?
Sent to 575-3450.
And what was the content of that message?
I want to come home and lay down.
And in the very next row, what was the response to that message?
I bet baby.
I wanna move to row 134. On page 12. Was that an outgoing message or an incoming message?
Outgoing.
And what was the time and date of that message?
January 5th, 2022 at 12:23 a.m.
And what number was that message sent to?
Sent to was 575-3450.
And what was the content of that message?
How's your pie?
And what was the response?
The response
The very
was,
next row.
yeah, the response was relaxing AF, actually fell asleep.
Okay, and I want to go to row 139 at the bottom of the page. Was that an outgoing message or an incoming message?
Outgoing.
What was the time and date of that message?
January 5th, 2022 at 1:25 a.m.
And what number was that message sent to?
575-3450.
What was the content of that message?
I think I need to come home.
Okay. What about the very next message? Next page.
Was the response was, I don't feel good.
Was that a response or was that another?
I'm sorry,
outgoing
it's
message?
another message followed up, it's another outgoing message.
Okay, what was the time and date of that message?
January 5th, 2022, 1:25 a.m.
And what number was that message sent to?
Sent to 575-3450.
And again, what was the content of that message?
I don't feel good.
Look at row 142. Is there an incoming message reflected in that row?
Incoming.
And what was the time and date of that?
January 5th, 2022 at 1:28 a.m.
And what number was that incoming message from?
From 575-3450.
And what is the content of that message?
You can make it, baby.
I want to go to row 145. Is that an outgoing message or incoming message?
Outgoing.
And what is the time and date of that message?
January 5th, 2022 at 1:32 a.m.
And what number is that message sent to?
Sent to 575-3450.
And what is the content of that message?
My stomach hurts and I feel sick. I keep getting hot and cold.
Okay. And how about the very next message? Is that an incoming message?
Incoming.
And what time is that message sent?
Same date, January 5th, 2022 at 2:12 a.m.
And what is that number incoming?
Incoming is 575-3450.
And what is the content of that message?
Okay, baby, do you want me to come now?
And how much time passed between those two messages reflected in 145 and 146?
About 40 minutes.
How about 147? Is that an incoming message or an outgoing message?
It's an incoming message.
What is the date and time of that message?
January 5th, 2022 at 2:12 a.m.
And what number is that message from?
575-3450.
And what's the content of that message?
I'll hop in the shower to kick this high off.
And I want to move to row 157. Is the message, I'm sorry, row 156, is that an incoming message or outgoing message?
It's incoming.
And what is the time and date sent to that message?
January 5th, 2022 at 2:12 a.m.
I'm sorry, can you double check that date?
You said line 156?
Yeah, 156.
Incoming message, January 5th, 2022. I'm sorry, 2:21 AM.
Okay, and what number is that message from?
575-3450.
And again, is that the number that's been associated with the defendant?
Yes.
And what is the content of that message?
Nyla scratched my neck.
And what is the response to that message? Very next line.
WYM, what, I guess, how I read that is, what do you mean? She was walking over you?
And was there another incoming message found at?
Yes.
And when was that incoming message sent?
2:25 AM.
And what phone number was that incoming message sent from?
575-3452.
And what's the content of that message?
I was trying to tickle her stomach and she beat my ass.
Now, in terms of the overall investigation, the time frame of when this message was sent about Nyla scratching my neck, does that time frame have any significance to you?
As we go throughout the investigation, this would be about the time where Fraser had already admitted to putting Zion's body in the dumpster.
We're going to get to that in a couple of weeks.
Yes.
But it's around that time this messages are being exchanged.
Yes.
All right. I want to ask about this phone that admitted as People's Exhibit 43. And is it correct? You testified that that particular phone was recovered from the residence of the defendant on the date of his arrest. And when you got that phone, did you provide that phone to Detective Markle?
I did.
And did you receive a forensic extraction back?
I did.
And did you review that forensic extraction using the Celebrate?
I did.
And are you, based on your review of that forensic extraction that you received this particular phone, did you obtain some familiarity with some of the communications included in that phone?
Yeah.
And I want to ask, holding proposed exhibit 44. And again, is this just a preliminary sort of report from that particular phone, list of basic information from the phone?
Yes.
And is that essentially just the first couple of pages of the forensic extraction? And does that give us a phone number associated with the phone?
Yes.
And is that the same number from the prior Katrina Smith phone number that we discussed? Your Honor, actually, if you were to go back into the extraction today through Celebrate, would you be able to reproduce that very document that we're holding in your hands? Your Honor, subject to the same, I guess, issue before, I would just ask that this preliminary device report labeled as proposed to be 44 be conditionally obtained.
Well, let's take it as advisement.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of messages that you reviewed in connection with this phone extraction, did you obtain or did you find a string of messages between that phone and a particular phone number 313-925-6615? And is it fair to say that the date range for those particular messages was July of 2022 through October 2022. And again, where was defendant located at that particular time during that date?
Michigan Department of Corrections.
And in terms of these messages with that specific phone number, the 313-925-6615, was there anything that led you to believe in those messages who Katrina Smith's phone was communicating with?
The defendant.
And what led you to believe that?
There were pictures exchanged with the defendant, orange jumpsuit, or orange clothing, his face, messages, back and forth.
Okay. And so did it appear that he had somehow a phone in his prison cell?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to, again, subject to the same, I guess let me ask you this. Is it your understanding that that string of messages between Katrina Smith's phone and the 313-925-6615 number, if there's a report on this disc that is from the forensic extraction that displays those messages? And again, if you were to go back and to celebrate today, is it your understanding you could essentially duplicate this report or be in the same condition it is on this disc? Your Honor, with that, again, subject to the court taking it under advisement, I'd ask for exhibit 45.
And the court will take this under advisement as well.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. And may I publish just a brief portion of it?
Yes.
Thank you. During your investigation, early October, was there anything, early October 2022, was there anything significant that was happening in terms of the investigation?
We were interviewing people
Okay.
regarding the case.
And were some of those people relatives of the defendant?
Yes.
And I want to hand you a excerpt from the document. Yeah. That excerpt from exhibit 45. And I want to direct your attention down to page 207. Do you have that page in front of you? Okay, and is there a message on that page referencing detective?
Yes.
And are you able to tell from the extraction, I guess, whether that message referencing a detective was an incoming or outgoing message from the phone that was forensically extracted?
How I read this, it appears that Katrina Smith's phone sent the call that I established in prison that Jalen Wilson had.
Okay.
She sent this message that I would be to this prison.
And what is the content of that particular message?
It says, but there's a new detective looking into your case. May called your auntie Sheila, asking to talk to your cousin Elijah, asking your auntie to see if they could go to them so they can talk to him about the case and what he knows.
And what is the date and time of that particular outgoing message?
October 1st, 2022 at 8:48 p.m.
Okay, and I want to next go to page 224. Do you have that page with the excerpts with you? And toward the bottom of the page, is there an incoming message from that 33925 number? What is that incoming message?
It appears to be a type of internet search, Google Quora, and this, what was searched was, I'm a suspect in a murder, but a body is never found. Can I be charged?
And what was the date and time that that message was sent?
October 2nd, 2022 at 5:10 p.m.
And is that the same day as the previous message that we discussed? About the detectives?
It's a day later.
A day later, okay. And in terms of the October 2nd message, the Google search, what's the very next message? On the next page.
This message would be sent from that 925 number to the.
And how long was that sent after the search about the unsuspect murder case for the body is not found in charge?
The search was done at 5:10 p.m. And the response was at 5:11. Versus say the follow-up message was sent at 5:11, so approximately.
And again, is that that's an incoming?
Again, I'm sorry, I mean, interrupt, but did she say the search for earlier, I guess she took out a message that was sent that I guess counts as a search. Now she's indicating that there was a search.
Yeah, and I can, for clarity, the prior message, I guess on the bottom of page 224, is it your understanding that that was basically like a copy and pasted link of a search that was sent? Okay. Yeah. And the very next message sent by that same number to Katrina Smith's phone, how long after was it sent after the?
Within a minute.
And what is the content of that follow-up message?
I know, baby, and it's okay. I made plan out of every step, so relax. And the attachment I just sent is the main one.
Just one further set of questions for the detective. I'm holding a document that's been marked as People's Posted 46. Recognizing that there's a lot of data and complexity in this case, which we agree with that. Is People's Posted 46 a timeline of some of the material times in connection with the case?
Yes.
And does this fairly and accurately summarize some of the material times in terms of device locations, messages sent, things of that sort?
Yes.
And that's you would say, a fair and accurate summary? Yes. Your Honor, I move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 46 under Official Rule of Evidence 1006, just as a summation. It's just a timeline that pulls together some of this that I'm not going to publish now, but I'll have your closing.
You're looking for its admission into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. Just as the idea that I realize that there's been a lot put on the record, and this just kind of summarizes some of the key times.
Amen.
Okay, thank you. And I do not believe I have any further questions.
All right, we don't have anything else to free, right?
Now, detectives, were you responsible for, I guess, what items or what messages were, I guess, highlighted or you for your cross-examination? Not cross-examination, examination from the prosecutor?
What I mentioned today.
Yes.
When I review everything in the phone extractions, I will talk with the prosecutor about what I thought was relevant to the case.
And do you like highlight those items or write the number down?
I could print out the same as how this looks.
Now, read message 156, which is Nyla scratch my neck. What is your understanding of who Nyla is?
There's so much, which one is it?
Okay, that is one. Exhibit. 42.
Which number again?
Message 156.
Yes.
And what is your understanding of who Nyla is?
Katrina Smith had testified that was Black Cat.
You also indicated that I just made a determination that this phone was inside of the commercial facility.
It was what, I'm sorry?
You made a determination that the phone that Mr. Brady allegedly had was inside of the commercial facility.
It appeared that way.
You said you noticed one jumpsuit.
There were what you would call as a selfie pictures of him in orange clothing. What appeared to be a cell, pictures of Katrina Smith, his children, and like a desk area, which at the time I knew he was incarcerated with MDOC.
Did it have any type of identification of this clothing, like MDOC or?
Not that I recall.
And also you, mentioned some sexually explicit, you stated sexually explicit text messages.
I believe, yeah.
There were, in your opinion, there were no sexually explicit, I guess, language that was directed towards Zion as in, I want to do something sexually explicit with you, correct?
Towards, not that I recall.
Okay. It was more or less what Mr. Brazier allegedly said that he was doing at the time, correct?
Correct. Sending a message to a minor about receiving oral sex.
Okay. And from your review of the text messages, would it be a fair statement that Zion was requesting marijuana, crud, as you said?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of the crud?
I would think we,
Okay, it's very potent, correct?
I don't know on that.
You don't know about that?
No.
Do you doubt that?
I have no idea.
Thank you, no further questions.
You need her?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Give me a second.
Your Honor, it's something you call Sergeant Shannon Jones.
Not yet, Your Honor. I didn't know who you. Oh, okay, I didn't know, okay.
Ask and you shall receive.
There you go.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm yourself the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please have a seat with the spots next to me. Maybe name your ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Jones, could you please state and spell your name?
My name is Shannon Jones, SHANNON. Last name is Jones, JONES.
And where do you currently work?
I work for the City of Detroit Police Department. I'm currently assigned to homicide missing persons.
Okay, and did you have that same role back in January of 2022?
Yes, sir.
And as part of that role back on January 19th, 2022, did you participate in an interrogation?
Yes, sir.
And the individual you interrogated, do you see him in court today?
Yes, sir. He's sitting at the defense table wearing green, Mr. Frazier.
Your Honor, if the record could reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
So noted.
And where did this interrogation occur?
Oh, it was conducted at the headquarters at homicide at 1301 3rd Street.
Okay, and who was present during the statement?
During the statement was myself, Detective Ryan Holt from East Point, Mr. Brazier, and his attorney at that time, Mr. Gary Jones.
Okay, and in connection with, I guess, obtaining a statement from the defendant, were any threats directed at him?
No, sir.
Were any promises made to him?
No, sir.
Was there any force used on him?
No.
Was there any type of coercion used on him?
No.
Was there any sort of trickery or deception that was used on him?
No, sir.
And did you have any cause to believe that the defendant had been deprived of, say, adequate medication before he made the statement?
No.
Did you have any cause to believe that he had been deprived of sleep before he made the statement?
No.
Did you have any cause to believe that he was intoxicated, under the influence of alcohol or any controlled substance when he made the statement?
No, sir.
And was he in custody at that particular time that he made the statement?
Yes.
And do you know how long he had been in custody for?
He'd only been there for maybe an hour. He had turned himself into the precinct, and then they conveyed him to headquarters, and we waited for his attorney. So I would guess it was an hour and a half that he had been.
And in terms of the statement, was that recorded?
Yes.
Okay. And was the statement ultimately reduced to writing?
Yes.
And did you advise the defendant of anything before he made the statement?
Yes. Mr. Brazier was advised of his constitutional rights.
And did he agree or indicate that he understood those rights?
Yes.
And did he agree to waive those rights and speak with you?
He asked for his attorney at that point, and that's when we waited for Mr. Jones to show up before we did the interrogation.
Okay, and once, and it was only once Mr. Jones showed up that questioning began, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and was his waiver of rights something that was also reduced to writing?
His waiver, yes, he signed it.
Okay, and I'm holding what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 47. Does People's Proposed Exhibit 47, is that a fair and accurate copy of the waiver that the defendant signed?
Yes.
Is that done in your presence?
Yes.
Okay, and who's going to be People's Proposed Exhibit 47?
Admitted.
And I'll pass her anywhere here is the voluntary.
Or here's the voluntariness.
No.
Court makes this finding that the statement was knowingly and voluntarily given. They proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. In terms of the recording of the statement, Sergeant Jones, I am holding a distance with Marcus Peoples proposed to 48. So you're understanding that the recording is on this disc?
Correct.
And does that recording fairly and accurately depict the interaction that you had with the defendant back on January 19th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Your Honor, who to admit, proposing to it 48.
Admitted.
And I just want to publish a brief portion of it, and then we'll get into the written statement with Lily.
Okay.
Okay, and in terms of publishing Exhibit 48, I'm going to publish starting at the 2-minute and 40-second mark to the 8-minute mark.
All right. You okay?
Yeah.
I understand you're gonna kind of give us a layout of what you know about Zion?
Yes.
Okay. So why don't we start with the last time that you've seen her or were around her or with her?
Now, are you gonna take this down first and then?
We're gonna listen and then I'm gonna take it down.
Last time I saw her was Tuesday. She asked to hang out.
Tuesday, what day?
The 4th? Yeah.
Tuesday, January 4th?
Yes.
Okay.
She asked to hang out, chill, smoke and everything.
How did she ask?
She had texted me.
Text you?
Yes.
Okay.
We came over to my place, just chilling and everything, smoked, watching YouTube.
How'd you get over there?
In my car.
Okay, so just imagine like you're writing a book or something. Explain to me, like, how did she get there? Like, you picked her up or she got dropped off?
No, I picked her up.
Okay.
And we got to my place, just chilling, watching Burley's eat some YouTube and everything.
Okay.
We smoked. I do smoke marijuana.
Okay.
We were just smoking, kicking it. Just basically the normal thing. For about 2 hours, I'd say, just relaxing. Around the time it was time for Gary to go home, I went into my kitchen, I get some things to drink, and I came back into the living room, and she was saying how she's tired, and she sat back down for a minute, laid her head back. So I'm like, okay, because it's not unusual when smoking you get fatigued, you want to sit cheap, either eat or go to sleep. So I gave her a couple minutes, whatever, I'll say about 20 minutes, and I went to go shake her, and I'm like, hey, all right, are you ready to go? And she wasn't like responsive, she wasn't anything. So I went to go check her like heartbeat and everything, and it was slow, and her breathing wasn't like normal, like it was very super duper faint, and I freaked out. So what I did, I took her. Well, after that, I waited a little bit, waited like 10 more minutes, and it's like, it sounded like it was getting real faint, or I don't know what was going on with her body, but her heartbeat was getting very, very faint, and her breathing was like non-existent. So, and mind you,
I've been vaccinated. Yes. Okay.
all I smoked, all we had was weed, normal marijuana. So I freaked out. I'm like, okay, well, this looks terrible. This looks very bad. I didn't know what to do. So I took her, I put her into my trunk, and I put her into my trunk.
Okay.
In my car. And I took her to Highland Park and put her inside of a trash can, and then I left.
where did you, you said you picked her up, where did you pick her up from?
Her house.
Okay, in, East Point?
Yes.
Okay. So you pick her up in East Point, you go back to your house?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She's in Detroit.
The Greenfield address?
Yes.
Okay. And then she was, where was she, you guys were smoking where?
We're on my couch.
Oh, just on the couch in the
Yes, in the
living
living room.
Okay, living room? Okay. And then you guys were just smoking weed?
Yes. That's
And then did she hit you up to smoke weed on the out or
she hit me
like
up on New Year's, saying Happy New Year's and everything.
Okay.
Let's talk about, getting together.
Yep.
Having smoke, watching TV, and just usual get together stuff.
Right.
Just getting to see each other and everything.
So you guys are in the living room just smoking and she's on the couch. And then, walk me through from there. So she's on the couch. She doesn't have.
She's getting tired, feeling tired. So I went into the kitchen, gave her something to drink. I was like, okay, are you ready? Okay. And she's laying her head back like that. I was like, all right, so I'm thinking she might take a nap or whatever. Right. Then I'd say about 10 to 15 minutes after that, after Mitchell seeing her, okay, lay her head back, she's going to sleep out soon. Yep. I would go wake her up like, hey, are you ready to go? And she wasn't responding to anything I was doing. Like at one point I shook her like this, like, hey, are you okay? Are you good? Yep. And I guess it's normal. So did she bring the marijuana or did you already have her own? And she also had her own. She brought some. It's kind of like we mixed them basically. But there was nothing else? No. Okay. And then you were shaking her, did you grab her by the shoulders or how did? Side of her arms, excuse me. Okay, just the arms and then she wouldn't be responsive? Okay. And then what did you do? So you said 10 minutes later or something like that? What did you do after that? I assumed she was dead because, that's what it looks like to me. Yeah. I freaked out and basically immediately after that I put her into my trunk and I moved her because I was like, okay, this looks as if I just killed somebody or something, And I moved her body, took it to Highland Park, set her inside of this trash can over there. Did you just grab her off the couch where she was, or was she in anything, or? Just as she was. Okay, just as she was. And then
Pause the video. Starts.
After that, when they took my car.
How long have you had that phone? That actual phone, not the phone number.
Probably about a couple months.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you delete stuff off the phone?
No.
You didn't delete contacts, erase anything, if you did it, I get, everything has been leading up to you trying to conceal something, right?
Uh-huh.
So, that's why I'm asking you, was there anything deleted off there? Because the phone records are not going to be deleted, right? We're still going to get those and it's going to show all that. So if they opened up your phone, it would have messages going back all the way since you've owned that phone.
Yeah.
Nothing's been removed or deleted.
Only thing that's been deleted was the boyfriend. The boyfriend, because he texted me.
The who?
The boyfriend texted me.
Okay. How did he have your number?
I have no idea.
Okay.
What's his name?
Bertez.
Okay.
Who?
Bertez.
Okay.
Okay.
Stop it. After 7 minutes of the video. And Sergeant, you also mentioned that the statement also was ultimately reduced to writing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you prepare the written portion of the statement?
Yes.
By typing it out?
Yes.
And did you review that with the defendant?
Yes.
And did he sign that statement in your presence?
Yes, along with his attorney.
Okay. And I'm holding what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 49. Just taking a look at this, is this a true and accurate copy of the statement that the defendant adopted in writing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was the statement taken on January 19th, 2022? Yes. Okay. Your Honor, you should admit stuff.
Any objection? No objection. Admitted?
Okay, and then Sergeant, I just want to ask you to read through this each question and answer.
Okay.
Okay. what's the first question that's posed?
Question, do you understand I am conducting an investigation into Zion Foster who was reported missing?
And what's the answer?
Answer, yes.
And what's the next question that's posed?
Can you tell me last time you saw Zion?
And what is the answer?
On January 4th, 2022, I dropped my girlfriend off at work in Madison Heights around 10. And then I sent Zion a text asking if she wanted to smoke marijuana. She replied yes. I told her that I would come and pick her up. I went and picked Zion up from her house in East Point. I picked her up in my 05 Acura four-door sedan, off-white, and we went directly to my house at 19451 Greenfield. I had my two sons in the car with me, Deshaun, 2, and Isaiah, 1. We got to the house and I carried my sons upstairs and Zion stayed in the living room. I watched some PJ Masks with them till they went to sleep, then went down into the living room with Zion and we started smoking some marijuana.
And what's the next question that was posed?
Who had the marijuana?
And what was the answer?
I had some and Zion had some. We mixed it together.
And what's the next question that was posed?
Where did you get your marijuana from?
And what was the answer?
I buy it at Liv's in Ferndale. I bought it a couple months ago. Zion had hers in a sandwich bag and it had some purple leaves, but I don't know where she got it from.
And what's the next question that was posed?
What happened next?
And what was the answer?
We smoked weed and she was there for a couple hours. It was time for her to go home, so I asked her if she was ready. She said she was tired, so I let her sleep a little bit and went into the kitchen to get something to drink. When I came back out, I saw Zion's head was tilted back on the couch and she wasn't responding when I was calling her name. I went over to her. She had very shallow breathing and a faint heartbeat. I shook her a couple times trying to wake her up, but she didn't respond.
And what's the next question?
Then what did you do?
And what's the answer?
I checked her again and she was barely breathing. I panicked and thought it would look like I killed her, so I carried her out to the trunk of my car and drove to Highland Park where I found a trash can and put her in it. I then came back home.
And what's the next question?
Did you take your kids with you when you left?
And what's the answer?
No, I left them asleep at the house.
What's the next question?
What time was this at?
And what's the answer?
It was a couple hours after she was over. I don't know the time.
And what's the next question?
Did you call anyone after?
And the answer?
No. My girlfriend Katrina texted me around 2 a.m. saying she was sick and I went and picked her up. I never told her that Zion had been over because I had just thrown her in the trash and I didn't want to involve her.
And what's the next question?
Why didn't you call for an ambulance for Zion?
What's the answer?
I was scared and thought it looked like I killed her.
And what's the next question?
How do you know Zion was dead before you put her in the trunk?
And what's the answer?
She was not moving. I put my hand under her nose and she had no breath. I put my hand on her neck and she had no pulse.
And was there a later, I guess, addition to that answer?
Yes, he asked me to add, she was definitely dead. And then he initialed next to that.
And what's the next question?
Describe the trash can that you put Zion in.
And the answer?
It was green, larger one with the large lids on top. They were already open.
And what's the next question?
Like the trash cans for a house or for a business?
And the answer?
The larger one, like for a business.
And next question?
Did you wrap her in anything before you put her in the trunk?
And the answer?
No.
Next question?
Did you cover her with anything after throwing her into the trash?
And the answer?
No.
Next question?
Where is the area in Highland Park?
And the answer?
I drove down Davison to Woodward and there's a Little Caesars near there and there were 2 green trash cans, the large ones. I threw her inside the trash can by the alley and left.
Next question?
Have you and Zion ever been in a relationship?
And the answer,
No.
next question.
Did you guys have an argument?
And the answer,
No.
next question.
I'm providing you with a map of that area. Can you draw on it where you went?
And the answer,
Yes.
next question.
Would you be able to point out the location if you were taken there?
And the answer,
Yes.
and next question.
Did Zion have a phone?
And the answer,
Yes, she has a phone and was texting, and I think she talked to somebody on video while she was there.
and the next question.
What did you do with her phone?
And the answer,
I didn't take her phone. She puts it in her pocket or in her bra area. It must have been with her when I put her in the trash.
and the next question.
Do you still have any of the marijuana that you guys smoked that?
And the answer,
If I do, it would be in an orange jar under the TV in the living room.
and the next question.
Is there anything else you would like to add?
The answer,
No.
and question about the map. Did the defendants indicate an area on map for you?
Yes.
And I'm holding People's Proposed Exhibit 50. Is People's Proposed Exhibit 50 a fair and accurate copy of the map that the defendant made an indication on in your presence?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 50.
Any objection?
And the area that he indicated, is that kind of in near Woodward and Davidson Freeway?
Yes.
And did the defendant ultimately, were arrangements ultimately made to bring the defendant to that area to pick out a specific dumpster?
Yes, sir.
And did you accompany him on that trip?
No, sir.
But that trip happened that same night, as far as you're aware, January 19th, 2022?
Correct.
Now, based on the area that the defendant identified, was there an investigation done to look for Zion's remains?
Yes, there was.
And can you just indicate, I guess, just briefly what the sort of steps were taken initially after that January 19th statement to identify possible location of remains?
Yeah. So once the location was identified, we were given the address, which was the Woodward address. That address, we reached out to Waste Management and to,
I'm sorry to interject, is she testifying to what other officers did, or she testifying?
this is what I did, sir.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So once I was provided the address, I reached out to Waste Management and I had contact with their team and I gave them the address where the dumpsters were located. They confirmed to me that those in fact were their dumpsters. From there, with the dates and the times that they were given, they were able to track exactly what truck number would have picked up the dumpster that had Zion's body inside.
Okay, and I guess based on that information that you obtained from Waste Management, were you ultimately able to, through your investigation, investigate a sort of possible location where that body may have been in landfill?
Yes.
And what was the specific landfill that your investigation led you to?
The landfill led us out to Lenox Township, Pine Tree Acres.
Okay, and within that landfill, I guess, based on the investigation, were you able to pinpoint a specific area to search?
Yes, so once we contacted the landfill, and they were able to determine the exact GPS points from the truck that was provided to me by their company, they were able to tell me that the dumpster, the contents of that dumpster would have been placed in cell 29 and 30. The landfill is split up into different cells. So on the date that that trash made it out to the landfill, it would have been into cell 29 and 30.
Okay, and how big is that area, cell 29 to 30.
So that area was, I can give you the estimated numbers, I have the exact numbers.
I think an estimate is fine.
Yeah, so it was like 350 feet, on one side, then 450. Then the other side was like 280, and then the bottom, was over 300 feet. So the dimensions are kind of offset because it's on a hill,
Okay.
where the trash is going, so it's kind of more like a parallelogram, I guess, as opposed to a straight box.
And in terms of the area, does it have depth too? We're not just talking about surface area. Is that
Correct.
Okay, and how deep was the area, if you know that?
So the area that we were at is a couple of 100 feet off the ground. The trash on that particular day, from the time when we were able to reach the landfill and stop it, would have been approximately 32 feet down from the surface.
And was there a search done of that specific area?
Yes.
And can you just describe, I guess, what went into that search?
Yes. So the original cell, the 2930 with the large parameters on there, we had gone out several times and we would watch which way the trash was being moved in that specific area, and we had talked to the members out there. So from there, we identified the highest probability search area being 100 by 100 feet, which is where we would have our focus area.
Okay, and was that focus area ultimately searched?
Yes.
And was anything beyond the focus area search?
Yes.
Okay. And who participated in the search of those areas?
So the search of those areas consisted of several law enforcement that had come out. So we had state police that assisted us. The fire department was out there. The Detroit Police Department came. Lapeer County Search and Rescue came out. The Attorney General's office came out. There were other multiple agencies where they had somebody, Macomb County Reserves sent people. So there was multiple different counties that had sent us sworn officers to assist to go up and search.
And how long did the search go for in that area?
We started digging on May 31st, I believe, was the day after Labor Day. And we continued all the way through till October of 2022.
And approximately how many people participated in the search during that time?
So in the beginning, we had probably each day, there was about 50 people that were out there to assist, and that's including search teams, along with the decon teams and the people that had to come in and EMS and all that.
And why was EMS there?
So EMS was there every day in case there was any type of injury that happened to anybody. We were up on the landfill, there was several hazards. So we made sure that we had somebody there for immediate services along with the fire department, assisting us with any hazmat issues or washdowns.
And in terms of the area searched, approximately how deep were you able, was the team able to dig throughout the search?
We ended up going down over 50 feet in depth.
Okay, and over how much of the surface area?
So the area would have been about just under 500 feet in circumference around. As you're digging through the trash looking for evidence matching that dumpster, you're looking at dates and addresses and things on the mail to help determine if we're in the right spot. So when we would get to certain dates, we would know whether we needed to shift or to clear out some of the more of that top layers and go deeper. So the area wasn't a complete box. We did go all the way around. There was areas where we might have only went 30 feet in depth because we identified that the dates on the mail from there would have been far after and that she would have still been underneath those. So we would go deeper. If we found areas that dates were way off, we could just shift over so many feet before we would continue.
And was the the search, ultimately, fruitful action in this case?
We were unsuccessful in recovering her out of that land.
Throughout the search, were there evidence text from the Detroit Police Department on scene that took photographs?
Yes, we tracked, how many trucks we searched every day, the temperatures, we had the evidence techs do the photographs in the very beginning stages, and then we would have some follow-up photographs at the end of each week. So as we go, we GPSed it and mapped the areas to know, where we had been.
And did you review some of those photographs prior to testifying today?
Yes, sir.
And polling was marked was posted 51 through 65. Do these exhibits, or proposed exhibits rather, are these photographs of the area searched at different points in time throughout the search?
Yes, sir.
And those fairly and accurately depict the search and the sort of the scope and the scale of the search?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move to admit 50.
Objection.
One objection.
Admit it.
And before these. Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examine.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Now, you conducted this interview of Mr. Brafer on January 19th, 2020.
Yes, sir.
And you indicated it wasn't until May 31st when you first started checking the landfill.
No, May 31st was when we first started digging. We started searching for her body January 19th.
And did you check the landfill on January 19th?
We had called out to the landfill at that time. There's 2 landfills on January 19th when that dumpster was identified and the truck that picked up those contents were identified. Waste Management uses 2 landfills. From there, we had to do a deeper dig and to figure out exactly which landfill that truck's contents made it to. Both landfills at that time were notified and they ceased dumping and they were told to section off those areas. So those areas were stopped on those days.
And what areas were they told to cease bringing?
Where the trash that would have been delivered on January 5th would have been deposited at the landfills.
So what day were you able to ascertain approximately where this particular trash from that dumpster may have went to?
I believe it was late February, after we were able to get the different video that showed the truck picking it up from where he had dumped her to that truck showing up to the City of Detroit transfer station, which is located at 1550 Harper, to watching that contents be loaded into a semi truck and identifying that semi truck. And then we were provided, those trucks are all equipped with a GPS system. So that truck was GPS out to Lennox Township.
Okay. And they were able to ascertain from GPS exactly where that semi truck dumped its contents at Lennox.
Where the initial dump is, yes.
Oh, you said the initial dump. Okay.
Yes.
Was there a secondary dump after the initial dump?
Well, no, the contents are dumped. I know where they're dumped, but then at a landfill, if you've ever seen how a landfill works, the trucks come in and then they then push that trash into the cells. So they're trying to fill up the cell. So I can tell you definitely where that truck dumped her body onto the ground. But once it hit the ground, I cannot tell you what truck may have pushed her around or where she ended up her final resting place.
Okay, so it's a possibility that she may not have the contents of that truck may not have even dumped in cell 29 or cell 30, could have been in cell 40.
No, I know where that truck dumped.
Okay, but,
That is marked.
okay, but then you said you can't tell me for sure where it was pushed after it was initially dumped, correct?
Right, so you have cell 29 and 30. That are X amount of 100 feet on all sides. The truck comes, it dumps its contents. The landfill employees then take that trash and they move it in that cell. So they're slowly filling up that box.
Okay.
Is that a bit more clear?
I understand. So, is it a possibility that once a contents are dumped in a particular cell, they're moved to another cell?
It would not be moved to another cell. It would be moved to, you understand the cell is hundreds of feet. The contents of a semi-truck, there's 10,000 semi-trucks that come and dump their trash into that same cell that same day. So between the pushing and the moving to fill that cell, they do not move to another cell to start dumping it until they finish with that section.
And do you know, if you know, approximately what percentage of cell 29 and 30 was full at the time of this semi-truck dumping the content?
By the time Mr. Brazier came forward on January 19th, they had already stopped dumping on that cell and moved somewhere else.
So when he came in there, he started dumping, okay, somewhere else. Do you know where they were dumping?
The most I can guess, just from being out there for 5 months searching, that they would have shifted over either north or south of where we were at. But
Okay. And do you know what day they started when they moved from 29 to 30? You know exactly?
I don't have that exact date now.
So how do you know just that by the time the truck was dumping, that the location was moved from 29 to 30?
How do I know what location wasn't moved?
Said by the time Mr. Brazier came to speak with you, that the location was changed from, I guess, cell 29 to cell 30.
Yeah, so when we reached out to the landfill the next day, because he came in at night that following morning, which was probably the 20th, and we asked them on the 5th what trash came in and what area. That's the areas that they had blocked, and they had stopped dumping. So when we had asked them to stop dumping in that area, they were not concerned with blocking off that area because they were done there and already had moved on.
Okay. Do you know approximately how long it takes from the garbage truck picking up the dumpster until it makes it out to the township?
If you allow me to read my report, I can give you the exact time that it made it from behind where he had thrown her body to the landfill. I can refer to my report. At 7:09 a.m. on January 5th, the contents of the dumpster were picked up and taken to the Detroit transfer station. That's at 7:09 a.m. At 9:03 a.m., that truck is shown on video showing up at the transfer station. At 10:37 a.m., that truck is now dumping out at Lennox Township. The semi-truck that had the original contents from the dumpster that was picked up from Harper is now out at the landfill.
And just to be clear, you might have already said it, I might have tried to jot it down. Which day was Lennox Township, Pine Tree Acres on notice to stop dumping cell 29 and cell 30?
So that would have been on January 20th.
And who came up with the conclusion, I guess, on the probabilities on how deep it could be?
So that goes off of how deep, they do measurements out there at the landfill. So they would have provided with how much trash went into that cell, how many feet per day after it's compacted, which is where it's come up with a mathematical equation of how many feet down we would have to go.
And do you know approximately how often that particular dumpster is serviced or trash is collected?
Yeah, I believe when we checked on that dumpster from there, it was an everyday pickup except for Sundays.
Every day?
At that time, I don't know what it is today, but when we had originally asked.
And how far did you say you were able to dig down?
Our deepest area was just a little over 50 feet.
50 feet. Okay. And was that 50 feet deep? Was it a particular width, wide?
The evidence technicians would have done an exact measurement.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you oversee it?
Yes, I was there every day.
And did any of the pictures that were just submitted, did they show the depth as far as you look down?
I believe the last picture, one of the last couple pictures would show because that would be near the end. You have to kind of look to see, and I think there's one where somebody might be down in the bottom when they took the picture and you can kind of see up. But because of the trash is all being covered in dirt and different colors, sometimes it's hard in a photo to understand the depth.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach with my pictures to see if you can demonstrate? And if you could pinpoint which picture you would state is approximately 50 feet.
Okay, if you look at the last photo that's dated on the top left, October 9th,
Yes.
2022. This is probably at the safest point that somebody could be on foot in the hole to try to show the picture.
Okay. And you're saying that's 50 feet deep?
Yeah, so are you looking at the same photo?
Yes,
as me?
I'm looking at it.
All right, do you see right above where it says October 9th?
Yes.
Okay, do you see that little, the things up top there? I'm trying to find you. Those are actually some vehicles up there. So if you can understand from looking down and up, it's hard to tell in these photos because it's a bunch of dirt and debris and trash.
I see some birds on the but I'm not seeing.
Yeah, there should be something, let me see if I find a better one for you.
Because I see a hill. Are you alluding that hill is 50 feet high?
From where this photo is here, you see that you can still see down a little bit, correct?
And what exhibit is it? What number is that?
This is the same exhibit 65, the last photo.
Sorry, I see,
Oh,
Nice, why are we spending so much?
Okay.
Is this even fall into the theory of your defense?
no, not at all, I just.
Okay, I mean, I'm, what we can
We'll
say
move
is
on.
kind of stuff.
Yeah,
Probably
absolutely.
forgets that.
We'll move on. No further questions, thank you.
Can you read the record?
No, Your Honor.
Sorry, I do have one question for you.
Yes,
How confident are you that you weren't sent on some kind of wild goose chase? That because I think we all agree that from the onset, the defendant wasn't exactly honest with you in terms of what happened. And if he did in fact kill this young lady, I don't want you to find that body because it's going to show evidence of how she died. Right? So how confident are you that she was dumped into this garbage bin and then taken to this landing?
So there's video that shows a vehicle matching Mr. Grazier's video pulling up to that dumpster. You see somebody go to the trunk, and then go to the dumpster. We then continue to watch to make sure that nobody came back to take something out of the dumpster. I believe it was 2 something or a little bit before 2, somewhere. I don't know the exact time when he pulls up to the dumpster, but I know that it was only within like 5 hours that they had picked that dumpster up. So that video had been reviewed.
I haven't seen the video that you're referring to, but this person who did something out of the trunk, was it like something that could be carried, like the body that was being carried, or could it have been clothes or something else?
I can tell you that there is what appears to be a heaving type motion. I can't tell you, it wasn't, there's a motion that's like a heaving motion. I can't make out whether she was in a garbage bag or whether she was not in a garbage bag. I can't answer any of that for you. I can just tell you that we did enough research to not be on a wild goose chase, to spend 5 months searching for trash for somebody's child.
Thank you. Any questions based on my question?
Just one, were you able to ascertain who the individual was? Who did this?
No, I could not. I did not say I could.
Okay.
Thank you. Give me a second. Who do you have next?
Judge, if maybe I can inquire with Mr. Brown about possible stipulations.
Please.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, next one is. It's just- So I'll start. Okay, Your Honor, I believe, after some further discussion that, we have stipulations, I think, to work around out of the remaining witnesses, 4 out of 5. So final testimony will be conducted that day. We'll get here, and in the meantime, there's a few of these stipulated exhibits that I'll publish. That makes sense.
So what time are you expecting Dr. Light?
I had just called her off, but I will, I'll, if I maybe step out for a minute, I can see what's.
If you want to tell her, I can take a break so my staff can eat.
Okay.
We do that. So that we can.
Okay, and does the court want to, I guess.
So she's the only witness that you have left in court, right?
Correct. So the simulated exhibits, there's going to be a body cam video showing the defendant identifying a specific dumpster, a couple of photos of that area during the daylight. There's going to be a video footage that Sergeant Jones just described of the dumpster area, and then there's 2 other recorded statements, portions thereof that are published. So that probably will need a half hour to publish everything.
Why don't we do that after Dr. Light testifies?
Her testimony is going to be based on some of what's contained in the recorded statements. So I think it makes sense to maybe have it unless.
So tell her to be here at 3:30.
Okay.
We'll go with the stipulated exhibits.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Court is going to be in recess at 3 o'clock. Man. Can you do what? Who are you? Oh, do you? Okay. You're ready to be free to be in high school.
Good, how are you?
Lovely.
Yeah, it's just.
Yes.
No.
That's great.
Why are you waiting so much?
Right now.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, so when you return home.
You guys are welcome to get this.
Yeah.
You as well, sir.
Did you get my message about the manager? They're gonna call her. She didn't tell me about that. I told her I wouldn't have thought that was my own money.
I hope they enjoy it. I'll never try another piece of it ever.
That's ridiculous.
Four pieces, $140.
$140.
That's what. And I was downstairs on cue.
Never happened. I hope they enjoy it.
She said, I told her, you didn't tell people, I was told you so. I said, I don't expect my own money like that.
I remember okay, but seafood, they usually cost $20, not a pepperoni.
Oh, no, that price then went up, and the ingredients went down too, it's just a product that, they used to use authentic meat and everything. Man, yeah, that seafood, they said that'd be about $60.
60 now, was 30.
Oh,
Right, the large meat dish, I think almost $50, $60. You ain't gotta worry about me no more.
I almost told no thank you, you hear me? I called back.
I hope they enjoy that one for it. That's the last they'll get of me.
She said, I told you, I said, what you doing? Because I would have wanted it with my own money. She told me, well, would you want to come back and pick it up? I said, well, would you move it, throw it away?
So, yeah, come back.
I told her, I need to talk to you about it. I got it, right. Two pepperonis, one thing on one, two separate pieces. I didn't think about it.
Father, thank you for this food we're about to receive. We ask and pray that you bless us. I might as well keep the matches as much as they cost.
Is it warm still?
So they weren't in a relationship,
No, we're not.
they weren't in a relationship.
But we don't lie.
He was.
Is it okay with that? Which one?
Everybody say hello to Rachel.
I changed my mind, I'm gonna take this one, thank you.
Oh, okay, sure. Help yourself.
Andrea.
Where did you disappear to? Did you get some? I did, I had to run an errand, but thank you.
It's not too late, go ahead.
Okay, so it means for
Thank you.
so the tip, I'll just tip, and I'm getting 233. Yeah, maybe you take it out. Maybe you went on there and change it. Yeah, that was just color to me, because I'm like, it's already right, yeah, but I didn't know that you gotta have, permission.
Thank you. You're so very welcome.
Thank you, Julie.
Hey. Oh, that was Miss Blanche. Miss Blanche is over,
Yeah, I think it's got.
well, she's not, oh, it's Mr. Dennis. Park. Okay. And she's right up under Mr. Dennis. When I was with her, you know, the magistrate, they used to go to the park, parking, hearings. Okay. And that's how I met Miss Blanche, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, she called me this morning. Blanche is sweet, she's a sweet lady.
Yes.
You don't mind to put up later on tonight?
You don't want yours.
Hey, Sean, how you doing?
Hello, Judge, how are you, sir?
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Hey, you just in time for some pizza. You look hungry, come on in.
Thank you.
What about the cheese one?
The
cheese one?
Yeah.
You take care of it.
Hey, so that's,
Reason. Doctor here? She's in. Now, Mr. Brown. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Attorney not back.
Yeah, wait on, Mr. Brown. Just have a seat for right now, we're in the attorney. Okay.
Morning, Ms. Mary. That's news for you. Do we have any testimony today? Yes. Ms. Barron, let me bring you up to speed. I'm about to hold your client in contempt of court. So when he left, he went to the cell, well, I guess they got a phone back there. Guess what he did? Called the complaint. After I told him, face to face, no uncertain terms.
How do
So-
we know he called her?
I'm sorry,
And how do we know he called her?
how do we know he called him?
The victim advocate let us know, one for the court, not from our office, because she's been in constant communication that she just got off the phone and called her.
The client is still here?
So she went home.
The defendant is downstairs.
I indicated to the people that I was going to put this matter over. I was going to hold the contempt hearing. I'm going to give them some days after the hearing. I'm satisfied. Give them some days, set another court date. Oh, what was the date?
She said a Monday would work for her. Any Monday.
Any Monday,
Yeah.
starting next month?
It would be this for next month. She said a Monday.
So she's in town now?
I'm here next Monday.
Okay. Let me call her. Holland's on his way up.
Yes, sir.
That one, a little thin. You want me to get another one for her?
She said one, I said two.
Huh?
She said one, I said two.
Find your bag for it. Find your bag.
I want you to,
Back there.
Hold on, Mr. Brown. Just 1 second.
He's up now.
Back to say he did good.
You want me to? I didn't hear this firsthand. I heard it from the victim advocate.
Did you find the victim?
No, the victim advocate spoke to it. She had
Already left.
She had already left before. She was out of the courthouse.
Can you reach the victim?
Yeah.
Just have her hang on.
I saw them doing.
You tell Mr. Barron we're ready for it.
It's been just right
Well, we just have 1 minute.
She wanna finish your 1 minute
Ready,
now.
so you can't.
Okay, clock's ticking. I got things to do.
Thank you.
All right. Myself, just.
All right.
All right, recalling case 2358080, people of the state of Michigan versus Rodney Martez Holland. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault, intention to great bodily harm, less than murder, or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence. Defendant has a initial offender for offense notice. Appearances for the record, please.
Jessica Davis for the people, number 86743.
Good afternoon, Judge Hannah Barron from the Neighborhood Defender Service, P 85265, representing Mr. Holland.
All right, also calling case 2300030, in the matter of Rodney Holland. Just wants to be a show cause hearing why she not hold Mr. Holland in contempt of court. It was brought to the court's attention during the time I was handling other matters that the defendant allegedly called the complaining witness while in lockup. Ms. Barron?
So, Judge, I would certainly ask that Mr. Holland not be held in contempt, not least of all because we have no evidence of the allegation that the people are bringing forward. This seems to be hearsay on hearsay on hearsay. I'm hearing in the courtroom that the victim advocate told the prosecutor that Ms. Covington told her that she received a call from the jail. Judge, we don't have Ms. Covington here, we don't have the victim advocate here, we have no way of verifying the truth of this.
Let me ask you this. Where Mr. Holland was housed at that point in time, was there a telephone there?
Yes, sir.
And does the defendants have access to those telephones?
Yes, sir, they do. I had to move afterwards.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, we had to have them moved to a cell that didn't have a working phone after.
Did you see Mr. Holland on the phone?
I didn't see him.
So I have a victim advocate that's on the cell phone.
As the complainant.
Oh, that's the complaint.
Yes.
Oh, even better. Okay, I should have her step to put the microphone to the phone.
Check the if you're on speakerphone and the judge is, okay?
Wait, hold on.
The judge in the courtroom. Can you tell the judge, what you heard on the phone?
Tell me your name for the record, ma'am.
They talking to me?
Yes, tell me your name.
Jerry.
What's your last name?
Jerry Covington.
Okay, Ms. Covington, you appeared here earlier today and I spoke with you, correct?
Correct.
All right, now, I'm told that you received a phone call from the defendant, is that right?
Right.
How so? How
From
do you
a
know?
different number. It was, I guess it was a merged call. I was merged into a call.
Did you hear the defendant?
From one of y'all cell phones.
Did
From one of
you-
y'all phones.
Listen to me, listen to the question. Did you hear the defendant's voice?
Yes.
What did he say?
He was calling my name. I just hung up.
Okay. And what was the number that you received that from? Do you have that in your phone?
Yes, hold on me. Yes, 213-310-6588.
All right. Does Mr. Holland want to say anything before I make my ruling?
Judge, I'd like to ask Ms. Covington a few questions.
Sure.
Ms. Covington, did you hear anyone else on the line?
Yeah.
And who was that you also heard on the line?
I don't know exactly who did, but it was email.
Okay, and did you recognize the phone number that called you?
No, I never saw it.
Okay, and what time did this happen?
What she said?
Right when you walked on.
11:08.
At 11:08? And how long did it go on for?
How long had I told that her?
So a matter of seconds?
It was 1 minute.
It was 1 minute, and all you heard, the only words that you heard from a male voice was your name?
Yeah.
And how many times did you hear your name called approximately?
2 times.
And did it seem that the voice was speaking loudly? Did you repeat yourself? Did it seem that the voice was speaking loudly? Not loudly. And did you assume that it was Mr. Holland, or did you recognize the voice? I recognize. Okay, from just hearing your name twice. Yeah. And it was just your first name, Jabri? Yeah. And you hung up the phone? Yeah. Nothing further, thank you.
All right. Again, does the defendant wish to say anything before issue what it is I'm going to do?
Judge, I think there's something that I'd like to say. So 1108, and maybe the sheriff's officers can shed more light on that, but I would think that Mr. Holland would still be up here without access to the phones at that time. That was just quickly after we all left the courtroom. I don't even think that Mr. Holland had access to the telephone at that point.
I don't know if that's the case.
So as he went back, he got called for transport to take him downstairs. That'll take a couple minutes.
I don't remember what time we concluded. But the witness indicated that she received a phone call from a person that she's well familiar with. And that person was the defendant. She said it came from a phone number that she didn't recognize, and another female along with the defendant. And the defendant called her name twice. Apparently, she immediately reported that to the prosecutor's office. In turn, told my security, in turn, told the court. And my whole issue with this is that you had just left my presence, and I told you no contact whatsoever, none. I went to great lengths in expressing that to you, with no contact. I said, by way of you, third party, text message, voicemail, Twitter. I said all that. You remember that, right? Yes. The allegation is that, I don't know if you think you're Donald Trump or what, just disregard the court's order.
And Judge, I apologize. I think if I could have a second, Mr. Holland, because you did ask if he wants to say something, and I think.
Okay.
So Judge, this is my one minute.
I'll pick with you.
Thank you. I think Mr. Holland wants to say something.
I'm trying to get her very close. Me and her have been dating for 3 years. They know I will approach it. They've been trying to get in contact with her, and she's still getting my child. So if they are still contacting her, I don't know. I didn't call her. Did not. I respect your wishes.
So the court is going to hold you in contempt of court. We're going to sentence you to 30 days of county jail. We'll set this matter for preliminary examination. Said you're available Mondays, Graham?
Hey,
August 14th at 11:30.
that'll be fine for me.
August 14th at 11:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, and I'm going to suspend his phone privileges. Thank you. Okay, so yes.
Well, you,
All right.
Actually, I apologize, if we go back on the record really briefly. Well, Your Honor made a phone call while we were on the record. Can I ask what happened, a phone number, or excuse me, a phone call to presumably the phone number that Ms. Covington
Phone number
cited?
9 is confirmed, and who denied knowing who anybody was. All right. Are we ready?
Yes, sir.
Recalling 2357390, people of state of Michigan versus Jalen Omar Grace, and discharged in count 1 homicide, murder, second degree. Count 2 tampering with evidence, criminal case punishable by more than 10 years. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Ryan Elsie from the People, key number 8132.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Brian Brown, 80560. Jalen Gray.
All right, so of course, understanding that we have a number of stipulations to enter into the record, is that right?
That's correct, Your
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Exhibit 67, stipulation that I would propose is as follows. If Michigan State Police Trooper Beatrice Terrell were to testify, she would testify that exhibit 67 contains body camera footage from the evening of January 19, 2022, that fairly and accurately depicts her interaction with the defendant who be identified as specific dumpster.
So stipulated?
So stipulated.
Or receive that stipulation?
Your Honor, and exhibits 68 and 69 are some photos of that area in daylight, but again, Terrell, if she were to testify, would testify to those fairly and accurately depict the area where the dumpster identification was made.
See that stipulation.
As for exhibit 70 is a disc containing video extracted by the Detroit Police Department, Sergeant Stephen Ford. And if Sergeant Ford were to testify, he would indicate that the video on that disc is among video that he extracted from a recording system. The camera is located at 13220 Woodward. For certain periods of time on January 5th of 2022 to January 6th of 2022. He would also indicate that testifying that the time reflected on the face of the video is roughly 1 hour faster than actual time.
So stipulated.
Your Honor, exhibit 71 is a Miranda form. Was signed by the defendant for purposes of a follow-up questioning session on January 20th, 2022. If Lieutenant Malone, Robert Malone, testified, retired police department lieutenant, he would indicate that was executed by the defendant in his presence on that date. Exhibit 72 contains a recorded statement that was taken pursuant to that.
So stipulated. Proceed.
And finally, Your Honor, exhibit 73 is a Miranda form that was executed by the defendant during a subsequent statement taken on June 10th, 2022, in the presence of Sergeant Lance Sullivan, a a task force officer, the FBI Violent Crimes Task Force, he testified in Exhibit 73, and Miranda Holland executed his presence, and Exhibit 74 is the audio recording of the state police on June 10th, 2019.
So stipulation. You see?
And Your Honor, with that, I will reserve publication until we be in closing, and here to call our final witness, which will be Dr. Ladd.
Please do. Good afternoon, Dr. Ladby. Please give your name and spelling to the court reporter seated over there.
Second. My name is Dr. Lee Labby. The first name is L-E-I-G-H. And the last name is H-L-A-B-H.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. The witness box next to me. Maybe give me ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Labby. Where are you currently employed?
Let's get our name for the record.
Oh, sorry, Your Honor. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, the first name is Lee, L-E-I-G-H. The last name is spelled H-L-A-B-A-T-Y.
And Doctor, where are you currently employed?
I'm an assistant medical examiner at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office.
And is there a particular field of medicine that you specialize in?
Yes, and that is forensic pathology.
And given that I think you're a little bit of a frequent flyer here in the court system, can I ask what the event stipulates to Dr. Labby's expertise in the field of forensic pathology for purposes of the preliminary exam?
Right. Court will recognize this witness as an expert in the area of forensic pathology.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were you asked to look at some materials in connection with this particular case surrounding the disappearance of Zion Foster?
Yes.
And among those materials, did you look at a set of medical records from Zion Foster?
Yes, I was provided a flash drive, and on it was a 638-page copy of the medical records from the Henry Ford Health System.
Okay. And Your Honor, I have a disc that's labeled Exhibit 75. It contains a certified copy of said medical records, and I move for that to be admitted again under Michigan Rule Evidence 902 subsection 11 as a certified record for regular
Okay. We made it.
Okay, and Dr. Labby, did you review that 638-page document?
Yes, I did.
And was there any sort of notable medical history indicated in those records?
Well, the record, first of all, covered a period from November 2016 until December 2021. And in that record, there were just general checkups or wellness visits, as well as visits to the healthcare system for particular problems. And these were all to pediatricians, family medicine doctors, emergency medicine doctors, and walk-in clinics, all within the Henry Ford Health System. And review of this revealed that she had two chronic conditions, asthma and vitamin D deficiency, that she was being managed for, that they were well controlled, and there were no visits with any signs or symptoms related to those, or any hospitalizations that came out of those.
Had she been treated for anything else during the time frame of those records?
Yes, there were a couple other areas. She had the usual sort of infections that children and teenagers do, with ear infections, sinus infections, throat infections, and pneumonia. These were all treated and had resolved without any lingering effects. She had a 2-day hospitalization in 2021 for COVID. And she had pneumonia as an outpatient after that hospitalization. That infection had resolved itself without any issues. And then there were 2 other things that were, I guess, out of the ordinary, meaning that they were not just regular visits. One, in December of 2019, she was experiencing an irregular heartbeat. So there was a visit as an outpatient for that. She was examined and received an EKG, which was normal, and the palpitations were felt to be due to anxiety. She received no treatment or no follow-up, and there were no other visits that mentioned cardiac signs or symptoms or an irregular heartbeat. And then the last entry that would be out of ordinary was at one of her usual yearly checkups. She, in early 2021, in her medical list of medical conditions was something called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. This is a genetic group of connective tissue disorders. These are disorders that are, there's a whole group of them that are categorized based on how they are diagnosed or the genetic mutations that they have. And it affects things like your bones, your connective tissues, your blood vessels, your joints, your skin, and it can also affect organs. And it can range from simply having hypermobile joints, meaning you're more flexible than other people, up to life-threatening cardiovascular complications. So this was mentioned in again, a list of her medical conditions at a wellness visit, and there is no indication of who made the diagnosis, how it was made, why it was made. She never received any treatment for it or any follow-up regarding that diagnosis, and that diagnosis was not continually noted in the medical records. So I don't know if she actually had it or when she was diagnosed with that condition, but there were no serious complications or effects that came out of it. And that is pretty much summarizing all of the, if you will, red flags that would have been in the medical records.
Okay, now, in those medical records, was there any condition in there that might explain or account for a sudden death?
Yes and no. Asthma can result in sudden death, but asthmatics die in an asthma attack. So there would be signs and symptoms. She would be struggling to breathe, grasping at her inhalers, wheezing. You just don't suddenly die from asthma. You die in an actual attack. And there were no indications that she had any signs or symptoms or any of that. So while asthma could have resulted in the death, it appears highly unlikely because she was asymptomatic. The irregular heartbeat was felt to be due to anxiety, and that does not cause sudden death. And if she had had any other undiagnosed heart condition in an asymptomatic healthy teenager that had no signs, no symptoms, and was not actively exerting herself, it would not have resulted in sudden death. So at the end of review of the records, there were no conditions that she had that would explain for suddenly dying at the age of 17.
Now, in connection with this case, did you also have the opportunity to review summaries of certain statements that were reportedly made by defendants?
Yes, I had asked for a summary of the circumstances to be provided to me with regards to drugs that possibly could have been used and time frame and behavior from use of drug to becoming unresponsive. On the flash drive, there was a 2-page summary of 4 statements. The summary was done by Detective Gilliman, and that 2-page document was on the flash drive with the medical records.
Okay. And did you ultimately prepare a letter summarizing your opinion and conclusions in connection to that review that you did? And I'm holding a document marked as People's Proposal 76. Is this a copy of the letter you prepared with your conclusions?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate reflection of your analysis of this case?
Yes.
Is that based on expertise, field forensic pathology.
Yes.
Your Honor, I do to admit this was 76.
Any objection?
I would object, Your Honor. This opinion is based upon speculation. I heard no testimony now. We believe that, this doctor examined, the patient prior to her analysis.
Well, she's basing her opinion based on her experience as a pathologist. She's already qualified as an expert.
Yeah, I understand. Make my objection.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. And Dr. Levy, I just want to walk through some of your conclusions just briefly. As part of your analysis, did you consider the potential effects of consumption of marijuana?
Yes.
And does marijuana use cause death?
No, marijuana use does not cause death. You cannot overdose on marijuana, and you do not get any adverse reactions that could result in life-threatening complications.
Okay, and did you also consider the consumption of the drug commonly known as LSD?
Yes, and it, like marijuana, cannot result in death. You cannot overdose on LSD, and again, you do not get any adverse reactions that could have serious life-threatening complications.
Did you also consider the use or consumption of the narcotic known as fentanyl?
Yes.
And can you explain, based on your training experience, do you have knowledge of what a fentanyl overdose looks like?
Yes, fentanyl is an opioid or an opiate, and opiate overdoses are all very similar. When you overdose on the opioid, you become unresponsive, whether that is you look like you fall asleep or you pass out, your breathing slows, your heart rate slows, and then eventually your heart stops. And frequently when this is happening, frothy fluid, which looks like white or clear bubbly fluid, emanates from the nose and the mouth. And that is what a typical opioid, including fentanyl overdose, would look like.
And in terms of the summaries of the defendant's descriptions of the death in this case, those descriptions consistent with a fentanyl overdose?
No, fentanyl, when you take fentanyl, it achieves its peak effect within a matter of minutes, and its effects can last for an hour. So when you take too much fentanyl, because you literally took too much, or you're not habituated to the effects of fentanyl, it is very overwhelming to your system and you collapse immediately. So I would have expected a 17-year-old who was not a fentanyl or opioid addict to, if she had used marijuana or LSD laced with fentanyl or taken fentanyl by itself, that she would have collapsed immediately. And the circumstances as they were relayed to me were that there was a passage of time of several hours, and in that time she got hungry, prepared herself a Pop-Tart and ate it before she became unresponsive, and that time frame does not fit any opioid overdose.
Okay. Could the time frame of like a half hour fit an opioid overdose?
In a 17-year-old, again, who is not a habituated drug addict, she would have collapsed suddenly. So literally, her becoming unresponsive, falling asleep within a matter of minutes would be the presentation that we would expect. So I would say that even a half hour is frankly too much for a fentanyl overdose.
Okay, and did you consider the consumption or effects of other substances such as like Percocets?
Yes, Percocet is a medication that contains oxycodone, which is an opioid, in preparation with acetaminophen. And there are two preparations, a more quick release and a sustained release formula. But in both of those, you would expect to see the effects prior to when, in this case, the circumstances had her becoming unresponsive. And the overdose of Percocet would have been similar to that of fentanyl, meaning going through the same sequence and looking the same.
Now, based on the summaries of the description of the circumstances surrounding the death, the reported circumstances surrounding the death here, is there any medical plausibility to those descriptions in your opinion?
No, with respect to the drugs, they mentioned 2 drugs, marijuana and LSD, which cannot cause that. And considering the possibility of opioids or other drugs, the time frame, there's simply too much time where she's hanging out and she's eating, meaning hours, and that does not fit a drug overdose of any of the known drugs of abuse, but most particularly does not fit an opioid death.
Now, did you consider other, I guess, possible causes of death based on the limited information you have?
Yes, in all cases, we always have to consider what are the most common causes for that age and that demographic. So in this case, definitely knowing what the most common causes of death of children and teenagers in the United States certainly gives you a sort of wide net. And based on our medical history and the circumstances of the 10 most common causes of death, there really are only 2 that are left unexplained or as possibilities.
And what are those 2 common causes of death that are left as possibilities?
The 2 that are left would be forms of violence, including firearm injuries, which was the form of violence that the CDC mentioned specifically, and suffocation or asphyxiation.
And if hypothetically, if you had access to Zion Boston's remains, even today, over a year and a half after the disappearance, would access to her remains directly inform your ability to be able to determine the cause of death?
Yes, we frequently have to perform examinations on people who are decomposed to the point of skeletons, or in cases in which not the entire body has been recovered. So frankly, even if there were only a few bones, we could do positive identification on DNA. We could produce bone dust from those bones and test for toxicology. And on every part that is recovered, we can definitely state whether there are injuries there and if those injuries occurred before death or after death. So yes, even if the smallest part of her was made available, we would do our best and make as many conclusions that we could.
So even today, hypothetically, if you had her remains, you would be able to make, and hypothetically, if there was evidence of trauma on the remains, you'd be able to determine whether that trauma was inflicted before or after death.
Yes, injuries to skin, soft tissue, bones, they have a different appearance when they occur before death than they occur after death. So if something had happened to her body after death, we can distinguish that from true injuries that had occurred prior.
Yeah, you know, further questions.
You didn't have the occasion to examine the diet.
Correct. Her body did not be recovered.
And you weren't her attending physician prior to permitting the
correct?
So you basically just looked at her past medical records, try to make a educated guess as far as the best of your ability, correct?
Within my expertise as a forensic pathologist, yes, we routinely examine medical records and the circumstances surrounding cases, as well as knowledge of most common causes of death. And we do make determinations of cause and manner of death without an autopsy being performed.
Okay. There's no way to determine whether or not that cause of death is accurate because you don't have the body to actually verify whether or not it happened, correct?
That is correct.
So it's a guess, correct?
I would say it is an educated guess, and more it is ruling things out as opposed to stating what is actually.
But you would say it's a guess, no prefix of an educated, correct?
Yes, there was no body to examine, so I do not know what injuries or diseases or drugs were in her body.
Okay. Now you spoke of Ehlers-Danlos syndrome might be butchering the pronunciation.
Yes.
We'll call it EDS because you abbreviated it.
Yes.
And you indicated that that could affect the blood vessels, the organs, and can also have life-threatening cardiovascular complications, correct?
Yes, correct.
And just for us layman individuals, cardiovascular has to deal with the heart and the lungs and the circulating of the blood, correct?
With the heart, yes, and EDS in particular can cause dissections of the aorta and heart valve problems. And that's how it can result in death.
Okay. And if somebody has life-threatening heart problems, that could lead to sudden death.
Yes, but with EDS, because of the, it is not just affecting the cardiovascular system, it would be affecting the bones, the joints, the skin. So it would be multiple organ systems and multiple problems. You're not asymptomatic without any signs or symptoms. So in this case, she had, again, the hypermobile joints, but she had no cardiovascular symptoms.
And how do you know that? Then you just testified that there was not any follow-ups. You would come back for a follow checkup on this particular.
That in the subsequent visits, there was no mention of any, she didn't go to the healthcare system with any cardiovascular complaints after that. And the visits that occurred after that, there was no mention of palpitations, EDS, or.
Sorry, go ahead.
So if she had had no signs or symptoms and she was receiving no treatment and no follow-up, so there weren't visits planned that she missed. It simply was something that appeared once in a list of her medical conditions, and it was never referred to again.
Okay. But she had a prior history of coming to the hospital for heart issues, correct?
One visit for an irregular heartbeat, yes.
And does, from your knowledge, is EDS could it cause a regular heartbeat or heart issues as far as beating?
In general, yes, but I would have to rely on the individuals that saw her and examined her and treated her. And they came to the conclusion that it was due to the irregular heartbeat was a one-time thing and it was due to anxiety.
Okay. And there's no documentation that states that this EDS is no longer an issue inside her, correct?
Correct.
So just because the lack of her following up at the hospital or lack of documentation doesn't mean that this particular ailment didn't still exist in her body, correct?
That is correct.
Now, you also indicated that she was asthmatic, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also indicated that an asthma attack could be a cause for sudden death, correct? Okay. You said there would be signs associated with an asthma attack, right?
Yes.
And you weren't present at the location she was at on that particular day, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you don't know whether or not she was exhibiting any type of symptoms associated with the asthma attack, correct?
Correct. The only information I have is what was summarized in the statement.
So for you to say she was asymptomatic, you don't know correctly if that was true, correct?
Well, that was based on the information in these statements, that there was no behavior or issues breathing of that nature. So therefore, yes.
And you read the statements that were made that indicated that she had shallow breathing and a faint heartbeat, correct?
Yes, and that was when she was supposed to be sleeping, but that is not an asthma attack.
But would you associate that with cardiovascular issues?
I would associate that with someone who could very well be dying. If you have a shallow heart rate and your breathing is shallow and you're sleepy or unresponsive, that sounds like someone who is dying. That's not someone who's having an asthma attack.
Okay, that's my question. Maybe I was confused, but so just to be clear, shallow breathing and a faint heartbeat to you from a medical professional would indicate that somebody's dying, correct? You also indicated that you listed those two characteristics as somebody who could have been overdosed. Given to fentanyl, you stated that one of the characteristics was a reduced heart rate, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And you said another characteristic was shallow breathing, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you don't know whether or not this individual had a history of smoking fentanyl in their marijuana previously, do you?
I did not receive that history from the officer when I was
Okay,
presented
that's
with
good.
the material.
My question is, do you know whether or not she had a history of smoking marijuana with fentanyl? Yes or no?
I have no evidence of her smoking fentanyl.
Okay, so then you wouldn't know whether or not her body was used to fentanyl at that age, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Did you know that this individual had a history of seizures?
No.
Having a seizure, could that be a cause of a sudden death?
Yes.
Had you known that, would that have changed your analysis? If you knew that she had a history of seizures?
I would say that definitely would then be a reason for sudden death. However.
Okay, thank you. Did you know that this individual was taking antidepressants?
No, that was not in her medical records.
Okay. And her medical records were from the year prior, right?
No, for the 5 years prior, from November 2016 to 2021.
I'm sorry, the last entry date was from 2021, correct?
Was December 2021, yes.
And had she been prescribed antidepressants, say, a month prior to January of 2022, it wouldn't necessarily show up in the medical records you have, correct?
Well, the person who would have prescribed it to her and the reason why should be in her medical record. Her other medications were in there, and they weren't. So there would have been an entry whether she had gone in to see someone or not, and there was no entry.
If she went to a facility out of the Henry Ford network, that wouldn't necessarily be in that paperwork, right?
But it very well might be. For hospital or 2-day hospitalization was from from William Beaumont Hospital.
Okay,
So it was incorporated. So yes, the other hospital systems compiled.
You said might be. So my question is a possibility that it would not be.
Right.
And had you known that she was taking antidepressants, would that also change your analysis?
No, because the circumstances did not indicate that she had taken her own life. And just being
That's not my question. That's not my question.
Just being on antidepressants itself would not be a cause of sudden death.
Okay. Isn't it true that certain antidepressants can cause seizures?
Certain antidepressants are a treatment for seizures, so I wouldn't say that some antidepressants cause them.
So you're saying that certain antidepressants do not cause seizures?
Yes, I'm not aware of ones that.
But you're not aware of that, right? You're not a pharmacologist or anything like that, right? You wouldn't know whether or not that's true or not, correct?
Correct.
You also stated that she had in 2021 upper respiratory infection, right?
Yes.
And just for us lay persons, what is the upper respiratory infection?
It's basically a cold. She had a variety of sinus infections, like throat infections, ear infections, and upper respiratory infections, which would be like a cold.
Now, isn't it possible that upper respiratory infection combined with EPS could bring life-threatening cardiovascular complications to an individual?
No, if.
You said no?
Yeah, if she had an upper respiratory infection, and that was going to cause her injury to her death, then she would have been symptomatic. She would have been a very ill appearing girl, coughing and having what appeared to be a very bad cold.
Okay.
She wouldn't be asymptomatic and then suddenly die from an infection.
You're doing a lot of assuming that this person was asymptomatic. How do you know whether or not she was exhibiting certain symptoms?
Because that would be based on the information that was in the statement.
Because you weren't there to make a full analysis. You just limited on the information you received, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know whether or not the information you received was the totality of the information needed to make your analysis correct.
Correct.
Because you said you didn't know that she had seizures, right?
Correct.
Now, you stated that if you were to find, I guess, a bone or a remain, you stated you would do your best to try to determine what the cause of death was, right?
We would do our best in terms of trying to get some answers such as identity, toxicology, and yes, trying to, whatever we are given, we will analyze to see if we can figure out how they died.
There's a possibility that he could get some remains and the results are inconclusive of any type of substances one might have taken or the cause of death, right?
Correct. We could rule things in or out, but yes, it could be a situation in which we still do not definitively know what she died from.
And with the limited information you have right now, you can't definitively say how she may have died, correct?
Correct. I do not know the cause of death.
Now, just probe a little further, because you stated that your analysis was trying to knew that she had seizures. What would be different in your analysis if you knew that she had a history of seizures?
Well, you certainly can die suddenly from epilepsy. Either you can die while having a seizure, or there is an increased risk of sudden death in and of itself simply because you have that history. So that certainly would make that a medical condition that definitely could have caused her death. The other area of concern with the seizures are that in the medical records, she was never prescribed or on any anti-seizure medications. So in her 5-year record, again, there was no mention of a seizure history or any medications. And if she indeed had a history and was not taking the medications, then that would make seizures be more serious and more life-threatening.
Okay. And you would have reduced that to writing in your report stating that that's a possibility of her dying could have been that seizure, right?
Yes.
You also stated that she was hospitalized in 2021 for COVID.
Yes, for 2 days for a COVID infection at William Bowman Hospital.
A lot of individuals died from COVID, right?
Yes, unfortunately.
Did you mention that as a possible cause of death?
No, because the infection had resolved and there were no other issues. She had had encounters with healthcare after that. And there were no lingering symptoms or other signs that would be concerning for that being a cause of death.
You know whether or not she had a follow-up COVID test?
I didn't hear you say that.
Oh, do you know whether or not she had a follow-up COVID test after being hospitalized for COVID?
No.
There's a possibility that she could have COVID probably twice, correct?
Yes, but again, she wasn't exhibiting signs and symptoms of a respiratory infection or a flu-like illness.
How do you know this? You keep saying that she wasn't exhibiting symptoms. How do you know she wasn't exhibiting symptoms if you never had an opportunity to observe her?
Again, the descriptions of her behaviors in the statements, that's all that I can go on. And there was never a mention of any of these things that we are talking about, meaning difficulty, like having an asthma attack, having a seizure, having a cold.
Barely breathing, is that a symptom of an asthma attack? Somebody can barely breathe?
Again, that was at the end of
Yes or no?
her stay.
Yes or no? Is somebody who can barely breathe, is that a symptom of an asthma attack? Yes or no?
A slowed respiratory rate, no, that would not be wheezing or having difficulties catching your breath. Yes, two different things.
But I said barely breathing. My question was about barely breathing. Asthma?
No, to me, barely breathing is not a sign or a symptom of an asthma attack or a food infection.
So the only symptom to you of having an asthma attack is they have to be wheezing or trying to catch their breath? That's the only two symptoms?
Difficulty breathing, and it can take many forms. You can be gasping for a breath, you can be wheezing, you can be coughing.
Shallow breathing?
Again, shallow breathing is not typically seen in an asthma attack. That is breathing that is typically seen in someone who is dying or close to that stage.
But you're a medical professional, right? So you may use certain terms that a lay person may not use. So if a lay person is seeing somebody who can't breathe, can't catch their breath, they may just say difficulty breathing, correct?
Correct, but that's a difficulty is not shallow.
Okay, but you're a medical professional, so you may have a different term, like I just said, than a lay person. So a lay person may say difficulty breathing or shallow breathing, or they can't breathe. They may use other terms than you may use. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
So do you look outside of the box when somebody makes a description, you're reading their words, or you just read it for face value and say, oh, he said shallow breathing. So me as a medical provider, shallow breathing only means one thing, not thinking outside the box as, okay, this is a lay person. A lay person to shallow breathing may mean 3 or 4 different.
We always have to think outside of the box and then try and cast as wide a net in when looking at cases and trying to sharpen cause and of that.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Because I'm asking you certain things about breathing, and you're saying, oh, no, it has to be wheezing or it has to be trouble catching your breath. Now, I asked you whether or not shallow breathing or difficulty breathing would fall under that heading, and you're saying no.
Shallow breathing, no. Difficulty breathing, yes.
Shallow breathing is not difficult to breathe to you.
It could be, but the words are not synonymous.
To you as a medical professional, right?
Well, I guess me as a person too, so I don't understand someone who is appearing to be asleep or unresponsive. Shallow breathing and low heart rate to me indicates someone who is close to death. That is not someone who is in an asthma.
Could it indicate that they're having cardiovascular complications?
Well, their heart is slowing down and getting close to death. I would say that would be
Cardiovascular complications, yes. A life-threatening cardiovascular complication,
Yes.
correct? Which you stated earlier, could be a symptom of the EDS, correct?
Correct.
And she was diagnosed with EDS, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, earlier you stated that, I guess typically, somebody who's having an asthma attack or an overdose, I'm sorry, is frequently bubbling from the mouth. Stated, right?
The opioid.
Opiate overdose.
Yes.
Okay, that they typically, fall to mind. So in a non-typical or atypical situation, it's fair that there wouldn't be any bubbling from the mouth, correct?
Right. Not every overdose will have that from pulmonary fluid.
Okay, so every overdose is not typical, so every situation is different, correct? And you don't know whether or not this individual actually did bubble from the mouth, correct?
Correct. There were questions that were asked, and there was nothing that was coming from the nose and mouth. But no, I was not
Okay,
there.
right. And when you say bubbling from the mouth, I mean, how many bubbles does it take to be, I guess, a typical situation?
The question of whether there was any fluid that had come from her nose or mouth, and that there were none.
No, that's not my question. My question is, how many bubbles does it take to come out of somebody's mouth for it to be a typical situation?
In a drug overdose, even just a few, any pulmonary, it is, the fluid that is in the lungs.
So a few bubbles as in 2 or 3 small little bubbles? Okay, and to an untrained eye, that could be overlooked, correct?
Sure.
And how long do these bubbles persist in a quote unquote typical overdose?
That I wouldn't know, because either you are given Narcan and you, come back around, or you.
Okay, so the bubbles could persist for 1 or 2 seconds, correct? You don't know, right?
Correct, although, and autopsies of these people, it is still
But that's not my
present
question.
in their airways and in their lungs, so they just don't disappear.
That's not my question. My question is, from a visual standpoint, the bubbles may only be visual for maybe 1 or 2 seconds, if that, correct?
Sure, yes.
It's possible that somebody could be bubbling at the mouth, and in a second or 2 later, the bubbles dissipate, and one doesn't know it, correct? No further questions.
Just one question. Dr. Levy, in terms of the reported descriptions that you reviewed of Zion's death, were any of those descriptions consistent with what death might look like suddenly from a seizure?
No, there was no seizure-like activity described at all, either in the beginning or during the activities, and then what I call the terminal event of her being unresponsive with a shallow breathing, low heart rate. There's still no description of any seizure-like activity.
No 2 seizures are the same, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so somebody can exhibit certain characteristics that another person doesn't exhibit, correct?
Yes, but there is definitely some sort of activity going on with the body that you know that someone is having a seizure.
And how long, you don't know how long, I guess, a life-threatening seizure would exist for, or persist for, correct?
For her, correct, it could have been, sure, she could have died very soon in her seizure, or she could have died deceased for 10, 15.
Okay, it could have been a time of somebody walking out the room, she had a seizure, and then by the time the individual walks back, that seizure has concluded, and she passed on. That's a possibility, correct?
Yes, that it was an unwitnessed seizure,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you. No further.
Thank you, Dr.
No, Your Honor, at this time the people are prepared to rest. Address.
No witness for.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I use the screen?
Yes.
Your Honor, I do appreciate the court hearing us out over the last couple of days. I know typically when we're here, I think we have a case that it is kind of like a 10-piece puzzle. We come to the exam and we put a few pieces on the table, and just those few pieces are enough to give the court a picture of what happened. Here, we're in different territory because we don't have the victim's body. And so this case becomes more like a 1,000-piece puzzle. We have to put a lot more of those pieces on the table to make the picture clear of what happened. But with those pieces on the table that have been presented, the picture is pretty clear that this was a murder. And I want to walk through some of those details that are fleshed out and addressed in the timeline that was admitted as People's Exhibit 46. And so if we start with these very last hours of Zion's life, very first hours after her death on January 4th, 5th of 2022, at 10 p.m., the evidence is consistent with the defendant's phone being in the area of his house. That's from Exhibit 19, the testimony of Special Agent Reiner. At 10:20, the victim's phone is consistent with being in the area of her home in Eastland. And then by 10:42, the defendant's phone is consistent with being in the area of her phone. You can see on the map there's this clear trajectory with a little bit of a detour up there to Hazel Park, presumably to drop his girlfriend Katrina Smith off of work. The phone goes otherwise straight from his house on Greenfield to her house on Melrose. Incidentally, at 10:42 p.m., we have this ring footage showing a car consistent with his white Acura pulling into the driveway right next door to Zion Foster's then home. Then we fast forward a little bit to 11:15. Now at this time, we have the footage showing the defendant's car parked back at his house on Greenfield, and you see two people get out of the car and go toward the front door, again at 11:15 p.m. We next see in the phone data at 11:16, the defendant's phone is consistent with being at that location, at his home. At 11:24, the victim's phone is located at the defendant's home based on that screenshot from her boyfriend. And at 11:34, based on the phone data, the phone is consistent with being in the area of the defendant's phone. And again, the mapping shows that clear trajectory back from her house to his house during this roughly 11 to 11:15 time frame. We have a screenshot that Bertez Gonzalez took that shows her phone at 11:24 p.m. At his house, at the defendant's house. Then if we keep going, 12:09 a.m., we have this screenshot that Zion sends Bertez Gonzalez. Again, timestamp 12:09 a.m., showing the background of what's essentially the defendant's living room. And importantly, this is a screenshot coming from Zion's phone. Importantly, the battery on her phone is close to full capacity. It's not like it's about to die. Which is an important point to keep in mind. After this, 12:59 a.m., we get the victim messaging Bertez Gonzalez on my way home. That's the last time anybody ever hears from her, period. On my way home, 12:59 a.m. 1:08 a.m., her phone's still consistent with being in the area of the defendant's home pursuant to the data that Special Agent Reiner testified to. 1:15 a.m., that's it. The phone is off the network. Period, full stop. No other outgoing communication from that phone, no other interaction with cell towers, no other interaction with the network. Now, at around this time, 1:25 a.m., again, this is just the mapping showing that her phone is still in that area as of 1:08 a.m. 1:25 a.m., we have this series of communications between the Katrina Smith, defendant's girlfriend, and the defendant. This is presumably after Zion is now deceased because her phone is off. And Katrina Smith says, "I think I need to come home." I'm sorry, she says, "I don't feel good." So she's essentially asking to come home, come get me. He replies, just after that, a few minutes later, "You can make it, baby." Why is he doing that? He's preoccupied. 1:41 a.m., we have the video showing the defendant's car pulling out of his driveway and then backing back in. Backing right back up to that garage in the back of his house. Shortly thereafter, we've got the defendant moving toward that car. You can see in this particular video, 1:48 a.m., you see one person walking from the front door back to that car. Again, 2 people came into the house, 11:15 p.m. One person comes out at 1:14 a.m. and that light comes on. The type of thing you might see if, let's say, that the trunk was popped on the car at that time. The light pops on right there at the tail end of the video. We move on through the timeline. 1:56 a.m. The defendant's phone is consistent with this trajectory directly to a parking lot full of dumpsters. 5 different dumpsters in that parking lot. It stays there for a short period of time, and then it goes back. It goes right back to his house. But his phone is consistent with him being right there in that area of the dumpster. On the body cam footage that was admitted, the court could see that the defendant pointed out that the specific dumpster in that parking lot that he claims to have put Zion's body in. In the picture that's on the screen right now, it's the dumpster on the far right. We have video at around that time, and around the time his phone is consistent with being in the area, where you can see, it's not great video, but you can see a car pulls up to the area of the dumpster. Again, the 3:03 a.m. reflected on screen is actually 2:03 a.m. on January 5th, 2022. Car pulls up there. The lights are going to go out on the car. And at this point, you can't really see much that's going on in the video. And then eventually the lights are going to go back on and the car is going to pull away a few minutes
Can you
later.
hear that question?
Sorry. Just after this happens, after the car pulls away from the dumpster, defendant's girlfriend is texting him again. Okay, baby, do you want me? I'm sorry, defendant texts his girlfriend. Do you want me to come now? He's finally responding to her that he's able to pick her up now that he's presumably dumped the body. He says, I'll hop in the shower to kick this high off. So he's got to hop in the shower at 2:12 in the morning after doing this. Shortly thereafter, again, just after dumping the body, he thinks to text his girlfriend, Nyla, which is the name of their cat, scratched my neck. What are the chances that at 2:21 in the morning, after someone supposedly suddenly dies in his presence for no explanation whatsoever, that he is just going to randomly text his girlfriend that their cat scratched his neck? And he goes on to say, I was trying to tickle her stomach and she beat my ass. That sounds to me like whatever happened between him and Zion involved trauma that he inflicted on her and that she scratched his neck when she was trying to fight him off. That is a critical piece of evidence here. If we move further on in the timeline, the video recovered from the area of the dumpster shows that same morning, and I'm not going to play the whole video, but that same morning, about 5 hours after we see the car pull up to the dumpster, we see a truck come, and the truck eventually empties that very dumpster that the defendant identified. And it's the identification of that truck that ultimately leads Sergeant Shannon Jones, the Detroit Police Department, to identify the specific area of the landfill that was ultimately searched, unfortunately, to no avail. Interestingly enough, the next day, January 6th of 2022, at 1:54 p.m. in the afternoon, and this is at a time when, per the phone mapping, the defendant's phone is consistent with going back to the area of the dumpster. We have video again that shows, and I'm not going to play the whole video, but there is a white car, and this particular car is not consistent with the defendant's vehicle. The one that's got hubcaps, the fender is a little bit different. But it is interesting, at the very time his phone is consistent with being back in the area of this parking lot, again, after the dumpster was empty, there's a car that pulls up, and you can see in the video an individual is kind of hovering by the dumpster for some period of time. And then the defendant's vehicle is consistent with going right back home. Now, about a half hour later, that's when he's on Google searching, are trash trucks also compactors? And what is the force of a trash truck compactor? The reason one would search for that is if he is probing and researching the idea of, well, now that the body's gone, it's out of the dumpster, presumably going through the trash system now, is whatever happens to the body once it's in that truck, is that going to mask the trauma that I inflicted on it? That's what he's probing. And then with that belief that, yes, the body is going to be compact, the body is going to be traumatized inside of that trash truck. It is going to hide what he did to her. It's that very night when the police come to his house, he's captured on body cam, defiantly and casually lying to their face that he had not seen Zion Foster in over a year. It's with the comfort of knowing that A, the body is gone, and B, whatever trauma I inflicted on her is going to be masked by that compacting process. Then you have, you've got these, the other critical thing here is that on January 7th at 3:04 p.m., his phone is factory reset. So it's just wiped clean. None of the data from before then, none of the data that could give us a window, an insight into what happened, into exactly what happened, exactly what his communications were, to the extent we haven't recovered them from elsewhere. That's all gone, unrecoverable. Then we have him walking in and turning himself in on January 19th of 2022. And again, this is after the heat's been cranked up on him. This is after there's a protest even outside of his house. Things are closing in on him. He finally comes to the police station and he gives this statement. This statement that's one of a series of totally inconsistent statements. And I want to get into some of these inconsistencies. When he first gets there and sits down for the Mirandized interview on January 19th, first it's essentially she was breathing slowly. I freaked out. It was going to look like I killed somebody. I wondered why. And so I put her body in the truck, making it seem as though she was potentially still alive at the time that he did that. Then he changes course and says, oh no, she was definitely dead. Okay? The very next day, he sits down with Lieutenant Malone and gives another Mirandized statement. And that's been introduced, but I'm just going to highlight one thing that's in there, where after some discussion, he comes around and says, oh, actually, it's not just the marijuana. We were doing LSD. I did some LSD. She did some LSD. And I think that's what killed her, he says. Fast forward to June 10th of 2022. He sits down and provides another Mirandized statement to Sergeant and Task Force Officer Lance Sullivan, again, that's been admitted. And he says, oh, that stuff about the LSD that I said, that was a bunch of nonsense. There wasn't any LSD. I just said that because I felt like I had to give him something. He also backpedals and says that they never mixed their weed together, contrary to what's in his written statement from January 19th of 2022. Instead, by June 10th of 2022, it's, no, I smoked my weed, she smoked her weed, it was totally separate, it was never mixed. So his statement is not believable on multiple levels. Number one, because just this idea in general that someone's gonna die in his presence spontaneously, and yet he's gonna embark on this massive campaign of obstruction to cover up what happened. Makes no sense. It's also implausible because we know that he's a liar. We know that he's a liar from the multiple inconsistencies in his various statements that have been admitted. And his statement is also implausible because of the testimony of Dr. Labby, that the medical plausibility of his description of Zion Foster's death is simply lacking. And then we get to this, this final point. He's in prison in October of 2022. Police are still investigating. They're still poking around. And what does he send Katrina Smith? He sends her this Google search. This Google search, if I'm a suspect in a murder, but a body is never found, can I be charged? What is his follow-up to that? I know, baby, and it's okay. I plan out every step. So relax. And the attachment I just sent is the main one. Your Honor, with that, I would ask that the court find it in and over as charged.
Yes, for what it's worth, I feel sorry for that. Zion, I get it, that they want to, point the figure on my client, but, this is not a trial, but proper cause is definitely lacking. The question still remains of who caused the death. That's a very pertinent issue, and one of the issues that must be addressed in second-degree murder. Whether or not my client, Mr. Brazier, caused the death, and did he have the intent to kill or do great bodily harm, and whether or not that was justified. We've had a slew of different witnesses who testified. None of them can testify to those important questions. None of them can answer that question. Whether or not Mr. Brazier was the cause of the death of Zion. We heard from her mother, who indicated that Zion was on antidepressants. We also heard from her boyfriend, who stated that she had a history of seizures, which her mother neglected to mention. We also heard from the forensic pathologist, who indicated that had she known that Zion had a history of seizures, then that would have changed her analysis of whether or not that could have been a potential cause for death. She stated herself that a seizure could be a cause of death. She also indicated that somebody could have an unwitnessed seizure. Every seizure lasts for different amounts of time. There are no two seizures the same. So seizures could last for a longer time or a shorter time. She said herself that a seizure that could be life-threatening or life-ending could be as short as an individual walking out of the room, another person would have a seizure, and by the time somebody walked back in that room, that person is dead from the seizure. She also indicated from her medical records that Zion had a history of EDS, which could cause life-threatening cardiovascular complications, which could have happened. Could have had a sudden death from it. Now, she couldn't say whether or not that illness or ailment still persists, because there was never any follow-up as far as her medical records. But she stated that she couldn't rule it out, that still persisted in the body of Zion. Now, I believe Mr. Brazier was truthful with the officers as far as what he told them. The detective herself told the court that they wouldn't have wasted 5 months had they not believed what he was saying about what happened, as far as the body, where it was placed in. We heard testimony from the boyfriend, the mother, everybody indicated that Mr. Brazier was her favorite cousin. And we understand that the prosecutor doesn't have to prove motive, but sometimes it helps us in our analysis of, did this individual have a reason to kill somebody? And we haven't heard that whatsoever. We haven't heard of any arguments, any disagreements, surely no reason to take a life. Now, we've heard from the boyfriend who was, somewhat jealous. He admitted that Zion was telling him
to not ping her. He kept repeatedly pinging her while she was at work. And he also stated that in her text messages, she indicated that she had the worst headache in the world while she was still at work, which would indicate that she had an existing medical condition before Mr. Brazier even contacted her, which could have been a onset to a seizure or another medical ailment. He also indicated that he was, somewhat insecure or wanted to say jealous of, her cheating on her before, and he had her screenshot or send her location. He claimed that he screenshot her location. Judge, I mean, it's understandable that if somebody is, I guess, smoking weed, especially in today's climate, if an individual was smoking marijuana with somebody and somebody dies, in their presence, one could freak out. One could get scared and think like, I'm going to be charged. Somebody may think that I gave her some drugs, because it happens all the time where they're going after individuals who provide drugs laced with fentanyl or drugs laced with other illegal substances, and that person dies, they get in charge with work. So if somebody's smoking weed, which is still illegal federally, it's not totally legal, and if somebody dies because of that, one could panic, one could get scared and panic. Now, the doctor indicated that her reading of what Mr. Brazier said, there was shallow breathing. It was a reduced heart rate, which could be, in her opinion, meaning that somebody was about to die. And that could have been after having a seizure. So she could have had her seizure. And then afterwards, when Mr. Brazier observed her, shallow breathing and a reduced heart rate, which would be the same thing that Mr. Brazier thought, that she was dying or she had died. And he panicked, put her into a car and drove her. Now, that may be another charge. Certainly it's not murder. It may be improperly disposing of a corpse. But certainly, I don't believe even at a probable cause standard, murder has been shown. And also, I would like to mention some of the evidence that was alluded to was supposed to be under conditional admittance. And I don't believe we ever had the correct individual to authenticate, for one, the text messages from Mr. Brazier's girlfriend to Mr. Brazier, such as, now let's scratch my neck. We would like the court to strike that testimony. Also, any type of searches or text messages that Mr. Brazier allegedly sent from the correctional facility, because that wasn't authenticated. We would like the court to strike that also. Again, taking the totality of the circumstances, even with that or without that, we would like the court to take that out. We don't believe that the prosecutor has met that burden, so we will oppose binding.
Thank you very much. So, as it relates to those matters that the court did take under advisement, I didn't hear from any other witness, particularly Detective Marco, to testify or give us the chain of custody of those statements. So the court will strike those. Quite frankly, I don't think that I need them. The main takeaway that I have from this whole thing, aside from the character assassination of Zion Foster, she was painted a picture of being a very troubled youth who was maybe even molested, drug abuse, running away, otherwise not getting along with her mother, don't want to go with her father, gone for 2 months, gone for 2 weeks. Aside from that, none of that justifies her death or disappearance. The main takeaway I take from this whole exam, I'm not even sure why this thing took so long, because a lot of it is undeniable. You guys agree on much of it, even though the defendant is a liar. He tells us that from the onset that he didn't see Zion Foster, that he hadn't seen her in months, that she wasn't at his house. But once it's brought to his attention that we have undeniable proof that she was in fact at your home, Now you have to concoct a story to explain her disappearance, her death. I think that's the only reason that the defendant changed his story, so to speak. But before then, he's the victim. At least that's what people want you to believe, that he's the victim. Why is everybody calling me, telling me that she was here? She wasn't here. Come look at my cameras. This is supposed to be your favorite cousin. At least she thought she was her favorite cousin. Come look at the camera. She was not here. Everybody stop saying she's here. Why are they doing this to me? I'm a victim. I'm a victim. How can you have the audacity to do that to somebody who is related to you, somebody that you're supposed to love, somebody that's supposed to be a cousin to you? How dare you come to her mother and tell her mother, I haven't seen you. She was probably at a boyfriend's house. Because of how these phones work, it's pinging to my address, but she was really down the street, probably. If I were you, I would call the police. I have a feeling she's all right. What kind of sick person must you be? Your actions were thoughtful, and they were deliberate in getting rid of that body and the evidence. You thought about it long and hard. I know that you thought about it long and hard because of your Google searches that you made. How to dispose of a body. Can the police track you? Can the police charge you if they can't find the body? That's all thought.
Okay, Judge, what you decided to, that was, I guess, you struck that from, from your exhibits.
I don't think it was that.
It was a search that was allegedly came from the correctional facility on whether or not, the police could find the body.
There were a number of searches that were made, not only from the correction facility, but before he even went into the correction facility.
Correct, but that's the one that was used in the closing, which, he indicated that my client allegedly said, I've, made so many.
There were so many text messages. There was so much garbage coming from this line defendant that I can't tell or remember what's what. But just for sake of argument, I'll accept that. I'll disregard that. Okay? But there's so much more that I operate on. When faced with the fact that she was at his house, and I don't know why you spent so much time establishing that he came to her house and he picked her up. None of that is controversial. Everybody believes that. Everybody sees that. That he picked her up, brought her to the house, that he put her in the trunk of the vehicle, that he took her to another location, and she's gone. We didn't have to do 2 days of that. The defendant made conscious efforts to cover his tracks for a year. He had a reason and a purpose to cover his tracks. He tried hard to do it. Erase the video. Consciousness of guilt. I believe the mother testified that when she viewed this so-called video that he had, that there was a gap in the video that was missing. She was in the house. Undeniably, she was in the house. Why is he erasing the video? Because he's covering his tracks. The scratch that he supposedly got on his neck, is that something else I was supposed to disregard?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I'll leave that alone too. But the lengths that he went through to cover his tracks shows a consciousness of guilt. He was the last person she was seen with. We know that she's dead. We know that she's dead because of the cadaver dog that hit on the trunk of the vehicle. And that dog is only going to hit on blood, tissue, dead bodies. He himself even gives us that she died and she was definitely dead. So that's not an issue either. Why don't you call EMS? Why don't you try to get some help for your cousin who you think is in trouble if you didn't do anything wrong? Are we that selfish of a people now to where your loved one is sitting right in front of you dying and you're more concerned about yourself and what people may think? even if this weed was laced with fentanyl, you're smoking it with it. Why didn't you kill Logan? But in any event, he doesn't call the police. What does he do? He put her in a trunk and then drives her to a dumpster and puts her body in a dumpster and then tells all these elaborate lies to her mother. I haven't seen it. I wish everybody stopped calling me about it. Grand scheme of things, there are two people who know for certain what happened on that date and at that time. One of them is not here to tell us anything. She's gone. She won't be able to tell us anything. This court can look at what actions were taken before, during, and after the occasion. And as I do that, circumstantially speaking, all fingers points to the person who wants to point himself as the victim. The court finds that this defendant did with intent to kill or do great bodily harm, acted one and willful disregard of the likelihood that the natural tendencies of his actions would cause the death of Zion Foster. The court finds that people have met the burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint form. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit, and the court finds probable cause to believe this defendant committed in count 2, tampering with evidence under the case punishable by more than 10 years is a no-brainer. So the court will bind over on that charge as well. The defendant will be remanded, and his randomly information date and time will be August 16, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Thank you very much. Okay, so.
Have a seat, you'll be at for it.
Looks a lot like one of those.
All right, guys, have a great day.
All right.
Well, that concludes the docket for today, folks. Hope to see you tomorrow, same bad station, same bad time. Thank you. All right, thank you for.
All right,